We're back here at the Triangle Table Tennis Center in Morrisville, North Carolina. This is the first women's semifinals being played between Wu Yue and Crystal Wong. We're here on court 1. Again, this is day 2 of the trials. Lily Zhang has already gone on to win on day 1 and will be representing the United States for the 8th time at the World Championships. Matt, we've got 2 very powerful players here. Wu Yue and, well, we'll call her Jennifer. Jennifer and Crystal, 2 players that play with an enormous amount of power.
Right, and Crystal's also a player that can play with a lot of speed over the table.
I mean, I've seen her play a number of times now, and she seems to have a really devastating backhand. When she's hitting that backhand, it's powerful and spinny, and not typical in terms of what we've seen from a quickness standpoint. More of a power player, is that right?
Well, she does have a little bit of a height advantage where she can kind of get on top of the ball and spin over the ball, and really adds a lot of acceleration into the rallies.
So if you're just joining us on Facebook Live, this is a women's semifinals between 2015 Pan American champion Wu Yue, who just hit a beautiful winning backhand, and 14-year-old Crystal Wong, who right now is ranked number 3 in the world, Matt, in cadets. So you're seeing some really top caliber American talent here. And there we saw Crystal trying to use her backhand to set up the point. She just missed that last shot. Wu Yue with a ton of experience coming off her Rio 2016 Olympic Games. Her really, I think it was seen by many as an upset, her winning the Pan American Games as an unseeded player. The last person in the draw went on to win the Pan American Championships and actually 2 Pan American gold medals for the U.S., Wu Yue winning both the women's singles and the women's team. Crystal with a lot of international experience as well. 2015
right.
World Junior Championships bronze medal. Bright things ahead for her.
I think we're going to see, I mean, Jennifer's been a little bit unsteady in a few of her matches, but I think the increase in pace in this match, I think she'll really be able to use that in her favor and kind of push for these slightly longer rallies and use a bit more pace to change the direction of the ball.
Well, and we had a chance, Matt, to watch Jennifer play Wong Chen, who may be a little bit more of a strategic player, right, as opposed to a pure power player. Although Wong Chen certainly can play power when she needs to and play the looping game when she needs to.
Well,
and
I think that played really well in her favor yesterday in that she was able to change the pace of the ball a lot, and that seemed to get to Jennifer, and she did miss time a lot of balls. So it'll be very interesting to see whether Crystal varies her pace a little more and tries to speed up the ball and then slow the ball down and just change between.
Well, Crystal, Matt, having watched her play over the last few days, seems to be more of a power player. She's not going to mix up the speeds as much. She wants to get to that backhand as quickly as she can and finish the point.
Right, it is, and it is very high pace for her, and once she gets into that rhythm of playing quickly, she tends to try and finish the point.
And we are now joined by Brian Pace. Brian, we'll bring you into the broadcast at the end of this game so we don't interrupt people watching at home. It's 7-7 here in Game 1. This is the women's semifinals of Day 2. Crystal trying to attack there with the backhand and clipping the net. Jennifer serving 8-7. That time, Crystal got a ball to pop up. It served probably a little higher than Jennifer wanted, and Crystal was able to attack right back at the backhand.
Lucky break on the edge there.
Still part of the table. One of the things I love about table tennis, though, Matt, the level of sort of respect that players have for each other. You'll see Jennifer saying sorry for hitting the edge, or you'll see it in a net ball.
It is, and kind of has always been a bit of a gentleman's sport since its early beginnings, and I think that's one of the things that's kind of carried through over the years as it's developed as a sport.
So we're 9-9 here in the first game. women's semifinals of day 2. If you're just joining us, the tournament format is win or come back tomorrow and try and compete again. So there was Crystal using that backhand to move Jennifer around.
You could see Jennifer looking for that option to play on that forehand corner as well, but wasn't quite able to put it in place. And
Crystal just clipping the net there. We're here at deuce in the first. If you are just joining us, Jennifer Wu in blue, Crystal Long in the pink, blue, a number of other colors. Matt, when you saw Jennifer hit that ball off the table, was that because she's not used to the amount of spin that Crystal's going to put on the ball?
I think she's just struggling a little bit with her timing, and we saw this yesterday with her matches as well.
And Crystal Long takes game 1, 12-10. And we are joined by Brian Pace. Brian, welcome back.
Thank you, guys.
Brian is the new head coach here at Triangle Table Tennis Center. Brian's lovely. Great to have you back on the broadcast.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
So, Brian, to give us your thoughts on game 1.
Well, Jennifer didn't really find the same type of timing she had yesterday against Wang Chen. She was a lot more confident with angles. I think whatever spin Crystal's putting on the ball is neutralizing how creative she can play.
So, Brian, Matt and I talked about this quite a bit yesterday, but the women's game is a quickness game. And it seems to me that with quickness, you have to have rhythm. What Jennifer seemed to struggle with in that game was finding a rhythm. We saw her hit a couple balls off the table off of Crystal's slow, spinny loops, and it almost seems like she's throwing her rhythm off.
Well, I think yesterday Wang Chen might have been more generous in letting her play, and I think Crystal is making it a little bit more complex.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're back here for game 2. Jennifer 0-0. Jennifer serving down 1-0. Jennifer, again, Matt, stayed away from the backhand there. Is that going to be her game plan now, to stay away from the backhand?
I think so. I mean, she knows she'll have a little bit more time if she can catch Crystal on her forehand side, where the backhand's a little bit quicker. Of course, we'll remind everyone this is a best-of-7 match. All of the matches during this tournament are the best-of-7 games.
Crystal just missing wide with her backhand. 2-2 here in the second game.
Good control there. I think really we need to see Jennifer lift her game a lot to kind of get control of this match, and I don't feel like we've seen her best table tennis yet so far during this competition.
Well, Brian and I were talking about this a little bit. She doesn't seem to have her rhythm, which is a big part of her game. Oh, really great forehand from Crystal right there.
I think what we may have to consider is that yesterday Wang Chen having pips, Jennifer was more comfortable with that and less comfortable with somebody that's looping to her.
Well, and Crystal has such a strong backhand
opening loop.
Yeah. The players by now, guys, should be adjusted to the tournament, should be adjusted to the facility, to the ball, to the table.
I don't think that should be too much of an issue for them. I mean, we are seeing some kind of mistimed plays, but
yesterday, though, we saw a lot of missed balls.
We did, yeah. Generally by day 2, you know, the players have had ample time to prepare, and you know, they've played their fair share of matches.
Crystal's so impressive from a composure standpoint, though. And you look at her, she's 14 years old. She doesn't seem rattled. She doesn't seem overwhelmed by the experience or the moment. It's a lot of maturity for a 14-year-old.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that's contributed to her in the past getting some really surprising results. I mean, we've talked about it behind the scenes, kind of wondering whether Crystal and Wang Chen would meet up in the draw, and just how well Crystal's been able to perform, particularly against Wang Chen, who has so much international experience.
Unforced error there from Jennifer. We are here in the second game of the women's semifinals of day 2. Reminder, we've still got 3 more matches ahead of us here on table 1. Brian, again, Jennifer seems to be going after Crystal's forehand and saying, if you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me with your forehand. Is that...
Crystal's a lot more comfortable than Wang Chen covering the forehand. She hadn't got beaten there once. So,
just as I said that, she goes back to the backhand.
There's a lot of similar tactics, and we saw so much in the women's matches that you can kind of achieve that pull on the backhand across to the middle and open up a space on the wide backhand, where in the men's game you'd risk them turning around and playing a forehand.
I think just like Wang Chen, Crystal's more comfortable letting her serve deep and letting Jennifer do an opening attack so she can make an attempt for a counterattack.
Oh, just moved her body around the table and flicked that backhand. So Jennifer now serving with a chance to close out game 2, 10-7. She is down 1 game to nothing. Oh, beautiful shot from Jennifer to close out game 2.
For those of you watching on Facebook, just remember you can at any time ask us questions about the players, about their equipment if you like, about the match.
Guys, let's talk a little bit about the tournament format, because this is an absolutely huge match for both of these players, actually for all 4 of these semifinalists. With Wang Chen withdrawing today due to injury, she can come back tomorrow. But remember, we're playing for 4 spots. So the third spot, the first 3 spots are automatic. You win the tournament, you're automatically on the team, and you're automatically going to Worlds. That 4th spot is a combination of points based on order of finish throughout the tournament. With Wang Chen pulling out of the draw today due to injury, that leaves the door open for somebody else to walk into that other semifinalist spot or finalist spot.
And I think in the back of the mind of Jennifer, at least, she will really see this as a huge opportunity. And I know personally, you know, this is the opportunity that Jennifer's been waiting for a long time, to be able to represent the USA at the World Championships. And I know how much this means to her. And to have an opening like that where a really tough player drops out, you know, in unfortunate circumstances, it does open up a huge door for the other players in the competition.
So here we go with game 3, Crystal serving, 1-1. Jennifer seemed to overhit that ball a little bit. Jennifer takes a 2-1 lead here in game 3. The first.
I think we'll really see Jennifer trying to take command of this match early on here. we have, during this tournament, seen her ability to really change the momentum of a match. I mean, the first day quarterfinals, she was down 3-2 against Grace Yang, which is not a situation we'd expect her to be in, and she really turned the game up and managed to win 11-1, 11-4 to win the match 4-3. I feel like she's going to have to apply some of that kind of possibly innate skill to,
well, she seems to
push
be
ahead here.
Seems to me right now, Matt, starting to try and take control of the match. Not take over the match, but take control of the match, asserting herself a little bit more, moving Crystal around the table a little bit more.
There can actually be some disadvantages to height, and you saw just there, it's very hard to flip the ball when you're kind of coming from above it.
Getting tied up with that ball a little bit. Jennifer catching an edge.
7-1, big lead here. Seeing a couple of service errors, service return errors.
I'm so impressed, Matt, with the speed, the quickness, the hand quickness in particular.
It's interesting to...
Just that they're able to be that strategic at that pace.
Yeah, I mean, and in the women's game, it's so interesting when you see these backhand-to-backhand rallies to look at it and think, okay, they're just hitting backhand-to-backhand, but you will see there are real subtleties and the exact points where the ball's going, and maybe it's coming a little bit towards the middle, maybe it is going out a little bit wider. And
well, Matt, you and I have a great angle as the viewers at home on that point. Oh. Jennifer was very subtly moving her from backhand to the center of the table. Now, on that, 2 points ago, it didn't quite work out for her. Crystal hit a really nice winning backhand down the line, but she was subtly moving her, and to be able to do that at such pace, it must be so difficult.
And the pace makes it such that when you get into these high-speed situations, you don't tend to be as sharp, and you don't really notice these tiny increments that are moving you.
So Jennifer takes game 3, 11-4, to take a 2-1 lead here in the women's semifinals. Brian is back with us again. Good to have you back. I think we turned your mic off.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Brian. Welcome back. So, women's semifinal number 1 going on here on court 1 with Jennifer, a 2-1 lead. Over on court 2, Angela Guan is up 2-0 also against Rachel Sung. We're looking forward to an amazing men's semifinals, guys, here on what we think is going to be amazing semifinals on court 1.
I'm very much looking forward to that match.
And who's playing in that match, Matt?
That match will be Kanak Jar and Sharon Alguerdi.
Nick Teo, last night's semifinalist, last night's runner-up, getting knocked out in the last round in 5 games, I think, somewhat surprisingly by Kunal. I didn't think it would be 5. Kunal's a terrific player, obviously, but we thought Nick would go a little bit deeper. But again, just like we were talking about on the women's side with Wang Chen having to withdraw due to injury, the door is open in that semi, and there is a premium placed on the runner-up position.
Yeah, I mean, the men's field has been so kind of evenly balanced. I mean, even the 15 or 12 to 15 seeds have managed to play some upsets. I mean, Nathan Hsu managed to come out and beat Nikhil, the 4th seed, on the first day, and it really shows you that every match can be really exciting and that anything can come out of it.
So here we go with game 4. Jennifer serving, up 2-1. Be interesting, guys, in this game to see if Jennifer is able to dictate pace like she did last game. She really took control of that game, attacking with the forehand again, setting up the forehand, staying away from Crystal's backhand.
I mean, one of the things about this tournament is that there have been a lot of different style matchups, and I think this style matchup really suits the way that Jennifer wants to be playing right now.
allowing her to dictate pace, right? And in a way, Crystal's style is good for that, right? Because she is going to play a more powerful game.
Right, more speed, more acceleration. And we saw more timing errors in Jennifer's match with Wang Chen yesterday, where Wang Chen really changed the pace a lot. And with this kind of constant speed, Jennifer's really able to explode a little bit more through the ball and maybe catapult the ball.
Like you just saw right there. Again, looking at her match against Wang Chen last night, Wang Chen was forcing Jennifer to do two things tactically that she didn't want to do.
Nice to have Marcus Madrid joining us in the stream.
Cool. I just did something. Sorry, Matt.
I think you're seeing Jennifer play with a certain assertiveness. Yesterday,
but Wang Chen didn't let her, right? Because Wang Chen forced Jennifer to make some tactical decisions.
Off the record, Wang Chen said Jennifer is her absolute worst style matchup.
You're on the record, though.
Okay. I'm just, no, well, she didn't say it during the interview.
I'm just joking.
She said it's her absolute worst style matchup. She would rather play Lily than to play Jennifer because Jennifer tactically is more aware. Lily is just strong. So in this match, you can see that it's playing more straight up and down, and she doesn't have to do nearly as many adjustments because of Wang Chen's pips from yesterday. So
yeah, and I mean her background as a really highly skilled player, and coming from the Beijing team where there's a lot of vigorous training, this kind of pace is not going to scare a player like Jennifer. I mean, she's trained with some of the best players in the world throughout her younger years, and a backhand, the topspin rallies at this rhythm, I don't think they're going to threaten her too much.
But this is what I was talking about relative to her match last night against Wang Chen. Wang Chen forced her to play a more tactical thinking game. This is a speed thinking game, right?
Right, and I mean, but a player like Wang Chen, who's been to the top levels of the Chinese national team, understands how Chinese players or players of a Chinese origin like to play their game, and I think she was able to expose it really well and not allow that rhythm to kind of take control of the match.
Yeah, with that said, I mean, Crystal is hanging tough against an Olympian, a Pan-American champion, somebody who's playing professionally over in France right now. This is a fun match to watch.
This is the kind of match, the winner is the one that had the better practice week because it's so speed-oriented. It's whoever's more fine-tuned. With Wang Chen, you can see she slowed the game down to make Jennifer make more errors.
You can see really interesting to watch the changes in placement and just see the amount of accuracy that both players can get.
So it's in. I believe Crystal just called timeout. It's interesting to see that Jennifer is not letting Crystal get into a comfort zone with her strokes.
Right.
And the last point I thought was a perfect example of that.
Yeah, and I think at the moment in this kind of power struggle where they're kind of on even footing, really it's the player who breaks away and plays the first angle that's been able to take the other player a little bit out of the game. And
but we saw in that last point, Brian, we saw Jennifer move Crystal all the way over on the table and came back. It was almost like Crystal was expecting a shot back on the other side and came back right at the body and didn't allow her to get into a comfort zone.
Right. Yeah, what I think you're seeing is, just like Matt said, the speed they both have. Whoever can be the first person to take advantage of an angle will be like probably the winner of this match. They're going to split points of how quick they are.
So we're back here live. Jennifer Wu serving.
It'll be very interesting to see what she's taken away from this timeout. I mean, a lot of the time you kind of only think about the player who called the timeout. Quite a basic opening there.
What was so different about that serve that caught Jennifer off guard?
It was in the middle. You saw Jennifer swing at the forehand. Probably saying to herself she should have stepped around.
That ball just catching the edge of Crystal's paddle flying along off the table. We're here 8-8 in the fourth game. Again, this is the women's semifinals of day 2 of the U.S. national team trials.
Great play there.
It's interesting to me, Matt, that just watching Jennifer serve, there's not a lot of deception, there's not a lot of trickiness. It's all about just setting up your first shot, getting into the rally and setting up your first shot. Whereas in the men's game, a lot of times you see odd bounces and
Well, I mean, like you saw there, both of these players are comfortable once they're in the rally, so there's not as much pressure on them to kind of play really, really tight, where in the men's game, you know, the first shot can be absolutely devastating, and you really want to...
right, the goal is to get in the women's game. It seems like these two players are trying to get into the rally.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is with the men, the complexity level is high because they want to finish it as fast as possible. With the women, they're saying, I want to set it up. I need you to make this shot.
I'm going to win the point in the rally. I'm
Right.
not going to win the point necessarily off the serve.
There's not a big sense of urgency compared to the men.
So Jennifer now takes game 4 to take a commanding 3-1 lead. Gentlemen, I need to step out for one moment. I'll be right back. I'm Gordon Kay. I'm here with Matt Hetherington and Brian Pace. I will be back in a moment.
So the last 3 games, Jennifer kind of asserting herself there. What kind of changes would you expect to see from Crystal, Brian? Do you think there is... I mean, she's kind of playing her game now, and it's kind of almost keeping her in the match, but not... She hasn't really been able to take that extra step to take control.
I think where Crystal's been a little too inviting is serving more side top and letting Jennifer loose. Wang Chen served heavy side under a lot, making it more difficult for her to do an open loop, and if she did, she would do it so slow that Wang Chen could go after her. Jennifer's getting a chance to almost drive her serve,
right,
and that's kind of putting her on the defensive the very first rally. I think she has a sense of urgency because if Wang Chen is out,
right,
she's saying
I mean,
the day needs to be today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if Lily's already in and Wang Chen is the only real heavy hitter, and she says, I'm taking the day out, and the draw is wide open.
So 3-1. Crystal Wang starting off with the serve. Good split of angles there.
Yep.
Right down the backhand line and then way out wide to the forehand. Definitely seems like Jennifer is a lot more stable and focused on her game plan, and
I think she's recovered from how complex the match was with Wang Chen. The first game, you can see she didn't have it in games 2, 3, and 4.
Right.
She's kind of found a tactical stride. But also, she's found her rhythm.
You'll also notice, I think, since the match has kind of got on and Jennifer's gotten more confident in the rally, she's definitely tried to take a little more risk, and her placements are a lot more fine-tuned. I mean, already this game we've seen her take an inside-out forehand to try and get wide of that backhand, and she's really trying to hit those lines when she's going for the wide ball.
Yeah, I just don't think Crystal's shots are as seasoned as Wang Chen, so Jennifer's starting to see more holes.
Sorry, gents, I'm back after a brief break to be the tournament director. Pleasure to be back. Looks like Jennifer's taking a timeout.
Right.
Matt, I actually had a question. I had a question not on Facebook. So I had a question from none other than Judah Friedlander.
Oh.
The world champion who unfortunately is not participating because he doesn't want to embarrass.
For a player of Judah's caliber, I'm surprised he has any questions, but go ahead.
Well, I think he's asking the question more for the people watching at home because he can just, he's watching the stream. And but Judah did ask what equipment players are playing with. I happen to know Jennifer is playing with the Yola blade.
Right.
With Yola rubbers. I think she plays with Max P, if I'm not mistaken. It's yellow sponge, so that would be Max P, if I'm not mistaken.
It looks like from here, and we're going to test how good my eyes are, it looks like Crystal might be playing with a Mitsutani blade.
With 05 on both sides, do you think?
It's definitely orange sponge, so
yeah.
some version of Tenergy.
A great forehand there from Jennifer. Jennifer, of course, is a Yola-sponsored player here in the United States, as well as the Alguetis. But I believe she's playing with Max P. I'm not sure which density, but she's playing with Max P on forehand and backhand.
Catching that wide backhand angle again. This is kind of the make or break moment for both players.
I would say for this point even.
These halfway points have been so interesting during this tournament.
That's the third or fourth time this match we've seen Jennifer almost pop up that short forehand serve, and Crystal really effectively attack that with that forehand flick. I almost think that Jennifer would want to stay away from that. Maybe the three of us sitting here observing or thinking about this a little bit more, but Matt, we talked about this earlier, the ability to move the ball so subtly around the table at this speed is incredible. So we're 7-7 here in the fifth. Jennifer with a 3-1 lead.
It's interesting. I mean, sometimes you can go into a tournament and perhaps start off not playing your best, but you can play a match with someone whose style kind of complements you. And I feel like Jennifer, if she's able to carry through this match,
Wang Chen helped her.
It'll really help her push through the rest of the event. And I think her confidence is growing. And
what's the interesting thing about table tennis, guys, is the stylistic differences can actually very much play into your favor at certain points. You'll see sometimes, even at the lower levels, a 1700 player might struggle with a 1300 long pips player, or you find somebody stylistically that you either struggle with or just play really well against. And that might be the case here, where Jennifer really likes Crystal's power, likes her style,
right,
and is able to use her speed and spin against her.
Right.
So,
I think the rhythm is also making a huge difference for her as well.
So Jennifer takes the match 11-8 in the fourth. We're going to step out in a few moments. Brian is going to go on court and do an interview with our winner, Jennifer Wu. So Jennifer advances to the Day 2 finals. I don't think it's a terrible surprise, Matt. Crystal's a wonderful player, but we saw Jennifer really in a zone here in this match, and really using Crystal's strengths to Jennifer's advantage.
Yeah, and I think she needed this match. I think she really needed to, bring her game back and have a chance to, to play these rallies. It just helps build her confidence. And these players do grow in confidence from playing longer rallies and from feeling the rhythm of the ball. And I think it'll help her going into the final. I think she'll feel better and more positive.
Matt, you mentioned this during a few minutes ago about stylistically. This is probably a better matchup for her than an Angela Guan in terms of getting into that rhythm and the ability to close out this Day 2 of a tournament, to get her ready for that final match against Angela or Rachel. This was just a good matchup for her, again, because of the power against power, right?
Right, I believe so. But I think she'll be well equipped going into the final, no matter who she plays against.
So we're gonna go on court with Brian Pace and our winner, Jennifer Wu, in a minute. As soon as we're ready to go here, I think we're having a couple little technical difficulties. So Matt, and we're gonna send it over to Brian, who's on court with Jennifer.
And we are live here with Jennifer that has just made her way into the finals. Congratulations, by the way. The first question I have is, when you look at this match compared to yesterday, Wang Chen, how was this match easier?
I think Crystal just have more powerful, like I think, both sides are regulars, so it's easy, like everyday practice with regular is easy. Yeah, Wang Chen has pips, so, and then she has a lot of experience, so that's why.
Right. It seemed like yesterday Wang Chen made it more difficult for you to play with as much angles. Today, you were able to play more angles.
Today I changed, since like yesterday I lost and then I changed something. Yeah. So I need to change something.
Okay. Now, with Wang Chen taking the day off because of injury, you think this is your best day to be able to win?
I think, everyone, like it's hard because it's final, so you can tell. So I just focus on my match, like I don't want to think about the other stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Just focus.
Okay, now I know that you're playing in France. When this is over, you're going to go back to France?
Yeah, after this, I will be back. I will go back on 27th.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations later.
Okay. One take pays out.
Welcome back to Triangle Table Tennis Center here in Morrisville, North Carolina. We are in the middle of day 2 of the national team trials. What's on the line is a trip to World Championships. And Matt, we're really, really looking forward to this next match that we've got coming up in the men's singles semifinals between Canuck Ja, playing out of World Champions Table Tennis Academy, and Sharon Alguetti, playing out of the Alguetti Family Table Tennis Academy.
I mean, these two players are the top 2 seeds. They were initially the top 2 seeds. Canuck was number 1, Sharon was number 2. And things obviously didn't go their way. I mean, Adar Alguetti played fantastically to knock Canuck out a little bit early, and Sharon was a little bit unfortunate in his match. And so this is kind of the ultimate clash of 1 versus 2 seeds that we were hoping for. And
Matt, talk a little bit about playing styles here, because we saw Sharon in his quarterfinal match with Victor play an enormous power game. I mean, enormous. I mean, big back off the table, heavy forehand loops, whereas we saw Canuck struggling a little bit with that power game. And we also saw Canuck yesterday, Matt, struggling a little bit with a variation of that game against Sharon's brother Adar.
I mean, I was saying with Adar yesterday that the Alguetti brothers, all of them have quite a lot of range, and Sharon, the top of his range is a lot more explosive, and even when he backs off the table, he's able to get a really good arc on some balls, or that sometimes he can be way out of position and he can play the craziest shots. And yeah, I think we're in for a really interesting match here, and I can't even, I don't know who's going to win. This is going to be new territory for us.
It's going to be fun. And Matt, when we saw the draws this morning, we both commented that this was one that we were looking forward to, because you know, as you look at the range of possibilities, when we saw that these essentially 1 and 2 in the tournament had an opportunity to clash in the semifinals, it was just one that you had to put a star next to and say, this is what we're going to go with. What are you looking for, Matt, from a tactical standpoint for Canuck to be able to neutralize what I perceive as to be the overwhelming power from Sharon?
Well, I think the amount of power that Sharon can exert into the ball does diminish once he gets back from the table. And he's a player who's not necessarily worried about playing the rally a little bit further away. So I think Canuck will probably try and force him back a little from the table, and then look to really push the potential wider angles he can open up. You know, and maybe Canuck will play a little bit earlier, or maybe he'll play a little bit softer once Sharon backs off the table a little bit.
So if you're just joining us here, we are at the men's semifinals. This is the men's semifinals of day 2. A reminder that Sharon's brother Adar has already qualified. If you're just joining us, Sharon is in the yellow Yola shirt. I believe, Matt, Sharon is another one of the Yola sponsored players. Is that correct?
Right, that's right.
What type of equipment is he going to play with to match his game?
He's using the Yola Rhythm on his forehand and the Explode on his backhand with a Rossi Force blade.
Matt, you're an equipment aficionado, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen a lot of your reviews, and I believe Canuck is a Butterfly-sponsored player playing with the T-Mobile ZLC.
He's using the ZLC and Tenergy 05, which it's become quite a common combination for players.
Is this a case?
Looks like your mic's gone out there.
My mic's, I think there's some people over the happy about that.
So that's right. Kanaka is using the team-up balls ELC and 10 and Go5, and that's kind of indicative of a player who likes to be a little more consistently attacking off both wings. A player who uses 10 and Go5 on both sides, and Kanak definitely does like to play further back from the table with his backhand sometimes and be aggressive on both sides.
Again, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I can hear myself. But
it seems I've temporarily lost my commentary team. Hopefully we can get them connected back up soon. If you are connecting in from Facebook Live, please show some love. Share the live stream link.
Testing.
Hopefully we're in for a good match.
I'm back, Mighty Ice.
Brian is back with us. If you're watching the live stream, perhaps you could give us a comment if you can hear Brian's commentary. See Tavish Voigt in the comment stream. Tavish, can you hear Brian? Brian.
Testing. Rice Krispie treats. Has nothing to do with table tennis. I just want to make sure I have your attention.
saw that, but Sharon with an unbelievable under-the-table dig to get back into the point. It looks like my audio's back. What do you know?
I think Gordon K's back with us.
Sorry to everybody watching back home, but you're going to have to deal with my voice again. Sharon with a beautiful under-the-table dig to get back into that point. So we are here in game one. Canuck leading 4-1. Sharon in the yellow serving. So Matt, is Sharon going to try and get Canuck to attack that first ball so he can generate power on his counter?
I mean, he is a strong counter player, but at the same time, he does very well to kind of consistently open up the first ball and try and follow up on it as well. So there's definitely benefits to playing both ways.
For those of you who have not watched Sharon play before, he's a guy who plays with a lot of emotion. He's very active, very vocal, always pumping himself up, as opposed to a player like Canuck, who's maybe a little bit more staid,
Right.
a little bit more, I guess the word would be ethereal, right? He's more of a thinker, right?
Right. I mean, even this year, we've seen some incredible results from Sharon.
Wow. There's just a great
Fantastic block.
A great recovery from Canuck off of really, I mean, again, the power that Sharon is able to generate on that ball is really incredible.
Just have one person commenting in the Facebook live stream asking to describe the spin type on the serve. So we'll try throughout the match to talk a little bit about the serves the players are using.
Matt, I'm going to let you do that if you don't mind, considering I can't read the spin. I can't read the spin when I'm playing. No.
We need to get Gordon some lessons.
That's why you're here, Brian.
I think we'll definitely see a lot of top side. The players really want to initiate into a rally. They're both, a little bit more geared towards rallying.
Yeah, I think mostly some type of side spin.
Right, so sometimes side under, sometimes
they want it to pop up if it's pushed, or they want them to be able to flip it so they can make a first opening attack. So
again, watching a lot of the Alguetti brothers playing this week, it seems to me Sharon is really the most powerful of the three brothers.
Right. I mean, his results this year have been outstanding. I know he's won the open singles at Lilliot Table Tennis Center's tournament already twice this year. He's beaten high 2,600 players, and I mean, he's really come into his game in the past year, and
but he's gonna take some chances like that. He's gonna try and establish and assert himself in the point quickly and get that pace going.
right.
Of the three brothers, he is the most high risk.
Right, but I mean, that's also something I think has contributed to his ability to perform against the higher level players. I mean, he's quite fearless in his approach to constructing points, whereas someone like Gal, who tends to block a little more, and Adar, who plays a little bit slower, you know, maybe they might not be able to achieve those results.
Is he going to be able to not tease, but is he going to be able to goad Canuck into playing more of his game? Because we did see in Canuck player, Sharon seems to be more successful when he's able to get you into a big forehand-to-forehand rally.
Well, I mean, I don't know how successful Canuck is going to be going forehand-to-forehand with Sharon, and you know, I mean, I would say Canuck's probably going to stick a little bit more towards the backhand side until he can back Sharon off, and then maybe look for that forehand angle.
So Sharon serving 8-9 here in game one of the men's semifinals. Sharon in the yellow, Canuck in the blue. See there, Matt, there's an example of what I was talking about, almost trying to say, you know what, if you're going to beat me, I'm going to force you to play a more power game than maybe you want to.
Right, and that also creates an opportunity for Sharon to kind of push him to play these step-around forehands where, you know, in previous matches, even today, Canuck's had a little bit of trouble with the amount of consistency he can get for that ball.
It's the first time we saw a heavy underspin serve, and he went to drive it into the bottom of the net. I wouldn't be surprised if he did no spin or side top. Side top.
So Canuck with an impressive forehand to take game one. I think this match looks like it's going to be what it's built to so far. I think, guys, the issue for me as we see the two players talking to their coaches, of course, Stefan Feth, longtime coach with Canuck, coached them to a national championship last year in a pretty amazing comeback win against Tom Fang. Eyal Alguetti, who travels the world with his kids, all three of his kids coaching his son Sharon right now in this match. But I think if I'm going to look at game one, I'm going to give advantage Canuck to not letting Sharon get comfortable with the power forehand game.
Right. I think it already seems like you can see Canuck's a lot more focused on structuring his points from the serve and maybe keeping the ball a little bit tighter and, you know, maybe setting up the third ball or working the placement. Whereas Sharon's a little more patient at easing into the rally and then trying to come forward.
So one of the things, Brian, that we know about the Alguetti brothers is that they're fighters. They're not going to give you any free points.
Right.
You're going to have to earn every point you can. If you're Eyal Alguetti talking to Sharon right now, what advice are you giving him?
I would say you just lost 11-9 and you lost 11-9 Canucks way. You have to play the game. You have to construct the points the way that you play. It's a close game, but it's his way of playing. Make it your way of playing.
See, I was saying in the beginning, Canuck's very likely to try and look for these opportunities to push Sharon back before he plays maybe a little softer or he pulls the wide placements a little more.
Sharon just telling himself to calm down a little bit, calm himself down.
I mean, one thing that's really kind of characteristic of Sharon's game is that he's more likely to play a little softer when he's close to the table. It's once he starts backing off. So he's more likely to take shots like that. Great counter from almost the back of the court there.
And you'll see Sharon sometimes take chances like that. He's, as Brian said earlier, a high-risk, high-reward kind of player.
Yes.
But he's gonna back off the table and really step around and really trying to serve.
He literally gave it to Canuck and then took it back.
Right now, I don't see the pace that Canuck's setting as being particularly threatening to Sharon when he's initiating the point.
But I also don't necessarily yet see Sharon asserting the pace to put that kind of pressure on Canuck.
See, again there, this should be Canuck's focus. If he can drive Sharon back from the table, he can kind of at least create an opportunity to win the point.
And force Sharon into taking some of those higher risk, big swing hits that we see him land a lot.
Right.
Service. It almost seems, Matt, on that point, like Canuck was expecting that ball to come back to his backhand, and we saw in some of the women's games, the slight turn of the ball just is going to change that trajectory right back at Canuck's body.
There's that little impartment of side spin on the serve.
But what's interesting is it almost looked like Sharon took a little bit off of his forehand to make sure that he had the right placement. It didn't have to be all power. It was power and spin, but he was trying to make sure that he was hitting the right place.
I think we've seen so many players miss that shot. He just said, I'm going to make it at least.
That's right, and we've seen that a lot over the last 2 days. A lot of players missing that short ball because they're trying to overpower the ball, Brian.
I don't think he had the footing, so he just decided just to lay it in.
Have a question from Alok asking how old the players are. Canuck just 16 years old, Sharon 15 years old. No shortage of experience from both players though for their young age.
See, there was the ball that Canuck wants Sharon to play, that high-risk forehand back off the table. That Sharon has had a lot of success, especially in his last match against Victor with. Both of these players, Matt, though, as you said, a ton of international experience.
Great angle.
And Sharon was already trying to pivot, and Canuck just was able to anticipate it.
I remember Ed Hogshead once told me, he said, give an angle, get an angle. And we saw it right there. Canuck just using that angle to his advantage.
Very interesting
point.
just to see once Sharon backed off that Canuck actually took so much pace off that first ball. Just to bring him back in a little before he took him out wide.
Was Canuck taking pace on the ball, forcing Sharon to chop those two balls back instead of allowing him to loop the ball back?
Just they come in short. I think the first time when he lost the point, he was driving it right to Sharon. That was able to attack it. This time he said, I'll come off so that he can make an adjustment. And then once he backed up, he saw an angle wide.
10-5 now, the lead.
So Canuck takes the second game 11-5 to take a 2-0 lead. But guys, I know one thing about the Alguetti brothers. They're never out of a match until it's over. And I think we've got a long way to go in this. It's been an interesting match to watch so far because it seems to me, Brian, that Canuck is playing his game, not allowing Sharon to get comfortable.
He's not challenging him at all.
Matt, at this point, what does Sharon have to do to get the pace, to get the speed, to get Canuck to play more of a game that allows Sharon to assert his big forehand?
Well, I mean, I think mainly when Sharon plays, if he wants to play a bigger forehand, it's usually not on the third ball. It's usually around the fifth ball or this, you know, it's not always an initial setup, so he's much more likely to spin the first ball and then look for a chance to drive his body weight forward more. And right now, the way that Canuck's been playing is really kind of shut down that opportunity for Sharon. Like, he's spinning in the first ball maybe, but Canuck's playing really solid shots down the line or really wide.
And to give Brian a boxing analogy, it's almost like Canuck is the boxer who's going to say, you can come in with the big haymaker every once in a while, but I'm going to out-strategize you now.
He's throwing the quick punch before anything can get landed that's big. He's just not even letting the points get configured that way. And you can see a couple of times Sharon tempted him. He backed up and said, hit a shot so I can find a rhythm, and he just backed off.
Right. And I mean, you'll see so often with Sharon, the longer a rally goes on for, he kind of builds. Like, every shot builds on the previous shot. And Canuck's done a really good job so far of really shortening these rallies and trying to force the error early on.
Yeah, and other than 1 or 2 points, we have not seen Sharon's big forehand, that big, heavy spin, heavy speed forehand. And part of that has to be Canuck just not letting him get comfortable to make that shot.
And that's something that comes with the experience of these players. I mean, he's played in environments, he's played in Sweden, he's played at the Olympics, and he's played on the World Tour, and he knows that you can't really give your opponent the opportunity to attack first.
Great backhand pushing. And again, here's one thing that we're seeing today from Canuck that we didn't see yesterday. He's not overhitting the ball. He's not trying to say, he's not trying to just hit that winner, and it's more placement than it is power. So there we saw a chance for.
That may be the first point that Sharon found any type of rhythm.
He just seems so comfortable back off the table, really being able to drop that paddle down almost to the floor and coming up so quickly with that.
Right, and I think one of the things that Canucks managed to do is really take time away from him. And you saw on that point he had a tiny bit more time to adjust and get in position.
So that time it almost seemed like Canuck slowed the spin down, and it caught Sharon early.
Yeah, and he will do that. And when you're playing against players like Sharon, you don't just think about the side-to-side movement. You've got to really consider the speed of the ball and the depth that you're playing at as well.
You see that last shot, it was so far in the middle that Sharon couldn't put a weight in it to really do a big counter loop.
And it's set
because I
up.
think Canuck is staying out of that power zone.
And it set up Sharon's hitting that next ball off the table because it almost caught him out of position.
Right. He's catching them big before he can really step back and throw his weight into the loop.
He's definitely found a lot of success carrying that ball out wider to the forehand as well.
Sharon calls a timeout here. I think, Matt, we've seen a lot of momentum shifts throughout the weekend, even so far here in the men's semifinals. We've seen it and this is, I feel like a broken record. We're seeing it a lot at the 5-3, 6-2, 6-4 point. So Sharon calling timeout right now, maybe recognizing that down 2-0, I have a chance to come back and really shift the momentum of this match right now. I'm going to take my time and think about strategy.
Right, and not only the timing of like where you're at in the game, but also the kind of shifts that we've had after timeouts as well. Not just from the player that's calling the timeout, but from the other player as well. So it's going to be interesting. I feel like Sharon really has to step up and make some changes to his game that are going to help him tactically kind of combat Canuck style more.
So we're about to come back to action, Brian. I'm going to ask you real quickly. We saw this a similar point in Adar's match yesterday where he literally called timeout.
And the game shifted.
Well, but he completely changed his game
right
at that moment. It was almost like something. Are we going to see that kind of adjustments from Sharon right now?
Well, I think what we're seeing from yesterday is about 8 to 9 points in the game. If a person is losing momentum, timeout. That's where we haven't seen timeout at 9-all. We've seen it in the middle of the game, so that person has enough time to change the strategy and actually win that game.
So I think that last point, when we think about momentum, that was a big point for Canuck. The big difference between 7-3 and 6-4.
Guys, I just got a question from Marcus Jackson. He's asking, any idea why Timothy Wong isn't at the trial? Is it college?
Tim is now running the Houston.
I'll take over there while Gordon regains himself. I know Tim's very busy. He's been coaching a lot of young players, and he's kind of transformed his passion a little bit more towards the club that he's putting a lot of effort to out in Houston, the Houston International Table Tennis Academy in Katy, Texas.
I was just there last week, Brian, and Timmy's doing just an absolutely fantastic job building the Houston International Table Tennis Academy. They hosted a Hopes tournament last week. It's a beautiful club. If you are watching from Houston, I'd strongly recommend you going. Beautiful flooring, brand new tables. But Tim's passion now, I think, to Matt's point, has really shifted towards coaching. And also, what's great for me to see as the CEO of USA Table Tennis is giving back.
Perfect.
And you're talking about a multiple-time world player, multiple-time Olympian, multiple-time national champion. Tim's passion now is giving back, and it's really great to see him enjoying himself so much.
He's one of the players that he can say he's done it early, so he's more comfortable moving into his career earlier.
So, Matt, this is one of those sort of inflection points, right? If Sharon can climb back into this game, he can change the complexion of this match.
Such a good change of pace there from Sharon, just to slide the ball up almost a little bit slower.
That's the first time that he decided not to give Canuck a big loop, thinking he could change the tempo.
Right, especially when Canuck was kind of looking to counter off his forehand.
I'd say this is, obviously I say this a lot. We say this a lot. Key point in this match. Again, the difference between what looks like Coach Stefan Fath agrees with me.
Timeout. Perfect.
Yeah, this is a point, Brian, where I don't think Canuck wants to let this game or this match get away from him.
He's literally has the steering wheel. You see Sharon reaching at it.
And I mean, at 9-7 with Sharon having the serve, he's really got to at least figure out a way of taking 1 point. So when his service game comes up, he can close the match out.
So again, Canuck, it looks like Stefan. It seems to be he's just re-encouraging him to play your game. Anybody saw the movie Miracle? Did you see the movie Miracle?
I did.
Right. So Herb Brooks, right? What did he always say? Play your game. Play your game. Play your game. So just to give everybody a reset, Canuck Ja up 2-0 here in the men's semifinals of day 2. Sharon Alguetti serving down 7-9 in the third.
See, if you notice, whenever Canuck can get a first big loop in first, Sharon is not ready to open up because he's so close to the table.
How much of that, though, Brian, in Sharon's last match against Victor hits the ball harder.
Right.
How much of that is sort of a pace issue?
Well, the big hitter is actually good for Sharon because he has time to back up. Canuck is letting it go sooner.
So he's catching the ball earlier in the bounce is what you're saying.
Right. He's just taking it so sooner that Sharon can't back up enough to open up a big stroke.
So Canuck almost overhit that forehand. He didn't almost. He did overhit that forehand, Matt.
He does have the serve here, though. Very, very important for him to figure out the best type of serve.
What serve is he going to come back? Again, we see him moving to the middle of the table where he had some success in this.
No less than 20% of the time is Sharon getting the points to play his way.
So, but that's been very strategic of Canuck, and where we're seeing Canuck have success is when he's not overhitting the ball and taking advantage of. We haven't seen him drive a lot of balls by Sharon, and that's because he's not overhitting.
Right.
When he is driving, he's taking that opportunity. He's taking an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that really got Canuck ahead in this match is his placement. And Brian, when you interviewed Adar yesterday, he did say his focus was really strongly on placement. And when you have a field of competitors that are, most of these competitors are quite young, it's a slightly easier way of destabilizing their game when they're trying to play maybe bigger shots or
By actually slowing down.
Right, by slowing it down and by pushing them wide or aiming for spots at the table. And I think the players who have really focused on placement, like Jennifer Wu did in her last match and like Adar did on the first day, have really found a lot of success so far in this tournament.
So we're back here in game 4. Canuck, again, having success, Brian, with the serves when he's serving from the middle of the table. And we saw it in his match with McKeel. What was really throwing his opponent off was the change of the angle of the spin.
See, when he can catch Sharon before he can open up a big movement, Sharon's not even making contact with the ball.
And that to me, Matt, seems to be a question of pace, not power.
It's a classic matchup of the big puncher versus the quick puncher.
Yeah, I think Canucks had a little bit more success so far in kind of following up on his opening ball, and he's focused a lot on where he's playing his first ball. So he opened up to the elbow and got the ball that allowed him to play strong on the second ball.
So Sharon getting back in this game, down 3-1. Down 3-0. Canucks serving at 3-1. It's the first time I can remember in the last couple games that Sharon's been able to step over the table and
really put his weight into the ball
and drive that forehand home.
I think he'll definitely be focusing more on taking the initiative, and when he sees a ball or a serve that kind of drifts a little bit half long, he's going to try and take those opportunities now.
There's There's that, Brian, that big forehand that we talked about.
Whenever he has the time, he's winning 90% of those points. When he has enough time, and Kanak has to kind of slow roll a ball where he can really get his weight behind it.
Wow. Great steady play from Kanak. He didn't get sucked into this, trying to end that rally
He
quickly.
kept fading the loop so that it's
Right.
breaking more so that Sharon can't do a counterattack on it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He also didn't allow Sharon to really hit that big forehand counter that he likes to hit.
Right.
So we're now at 5-3 in the fourth, with Canuck up 3-0.
That was a perfect setup.
Yeah, Sharon, I think, got a little lucky there.
He could take some pace off that. He doesn't need to hit that hard. He had a great angle down the line, and
You're talking about Canuck.
yeah.
But that's, Matt, to your point, that's when Canuck has gotten in trouble, is when he's overhitting the ball. He's trying to power too much into the ball instead of focusing on his placement. We talked about this earlier. At this point right here with Sharon serving is going to be a key point in the match. There's a huge difference between 7-5 and 8-4.
He literally baited Kanak to do a loop. Just on the serve deep.
And he got that ball, he put himself in a perfect placement.
Right.
Given where
He really cut off the wide forehand down the line, so he'd have to either play to the middle of the table or back end, and that's where he was already positioned. That's why he was able to get a forehand loop down the line.
So here we go. Canuck serving 7-5.
You see he's really pushing for that down the line angle. Like you said, Brian, a lot of risk. It's also very interesting to note the lineup of players we have here in the semifinals. Completely different from yesterday.
You got a great crowd on hand here, huh?
There's a lot of atmosphere. You get that a lot when you have the Algady brothers playing. It's a lot of family and coaches behind them.
Overplayed it.
Yeah, but I mean, the idea was right. The placement idea was
the
right.
force was
the
wrong.
It's right.
You've got to be really careful when you take a shot that has that finer placement and add that much power to it at the same time. I mean, you're basically multiplying your risk.
But that's also the kind of player that Sharon is. He's gonna play his game, and he's gonna high risk, high reward. Right? That's. Net serve there from Canuck. Boy, the placement of that ball just sort of caught Sharon in between strokes. Got match point here for Canuck. So Canuck takes the semifinal, and Canuck will now advance to the finals on day 2 of the men's singles with an impressive 4-0 win. Matt, let's stay here for a minute and talk about what we saw from Canuck and what we can expect to see from Sharon moving forward. This is obviously a huge win. This is a huge hurdle for Canuck. He's played a lot of matches over the last 2 days. Struggled, I think, mentally a little bit yesterday. Seemed to be really in focus today.
Right, and I think he's starting to play more efficiently, and he's starting to bring in some of the things he's perhaps learned overseas and from his training in Sweden, in that, you know, he sets the ball up a little better from his serve. He can keep the ball a little bit tighter, and he is playing wide angles, and he's not trying to overplay the ball. And he's starting to understand more that the players here are more susceptible to placement, and he doesn't need to play big.
So we're going to go to Brian Pace, who's on court with Canuck right now, talk about his win and what he's going to look forward to the finals. Brian, take it away.
And we are live here with Canuck Ja. Congrats, by the way. You punched your way into the finals. It seems like this was a match to where you made an attempt to slow down the tempo more.
Yeah, I mean, Sharon's very good when you play it with a lot of power. His defensive blocking is very strong. So I had to always change the pace in the rally to try to win.
Now, what we noticed during the match is that even though the games were close, we felt like the tempo of the game was going your way, and whenever the tempo was off, you would call a timeout. What was your timeout about?
Yeah, my time was just about staying focused. I was keeping to the strategy. I started missing some shots I should not miss so much, and I think it was just lack of focus. So just try to refocus and get back to the game.
Well, we noticed that there was a lot of questions asking what were you serving, and sometimes you were serving heavy underspin or you were serving side spin to get an attack. Which one of those serves you felt like was your best setup?
I mean, I tried to vary serves, but yeah, I think I started strong when I was serving a little more side spin, and he was receiving long, and then I could get the first attack. So I think this was good for me.
Okay. All right. Good luck in the finals.
Thank you.
One take pace.
For those of you who are hanging on the live stream there, we are going to be back at 6 p.m. with the women's final. And for those of you who are craving a bit of table tennis, you can head over to the live stream on Table 2, where the other men's semi-final is really starting to heat up. Kanal Chaudhry and Gal Algueri. Kanal up 11-10 this set, but 2-3 down in games. So hang tight. We will be back 6 p.m. Eastern time, so that's in about 20 minutes with the women's singles final between Jennifer Wu and Angela Guan.
Okay, welcome back to Triangle Table Tennis Center. My name is Gordon Kay. I am here alongside Matt Hetherington and Brian Pace for the women's Day 2 finals, guys. Let's talk a little bit about what's at stake here. First of all, we've got Wu Yue out of Fort Lee, New Jersey, Jennifer Wu out of Fort Lee, New Jersey, and Angela Guan out of Silicon Valley Table Tennis Club. And
I'm in
San Jose, California. Really contrasting styles, guys. We've got Angela, who is probably the premier women's chopper in America today. Angela, an enormous amount of international experience and international success, playing in the World Junior Circuit Finals last year. Wu Yue, of course, the 2015 Pan American champion, a 2016 Olympian. And Matt, you know her fairly well, and I think you know what's at stake for her right now in terms of what's on the line.
It's kind of the event that she's been waiting for. I know she's wanted to represent the USA in the World Champs for a long time, and now is her opportunity to trial for that. And she's certainly picked up some great international results, and actually managed to, at the Olympics last year, beat the woman who placed 4th at the Europe Cup, which was a big result for her. And I think she's kind of at the stage where she's conquered a lot of these events. She won the North American Championships.
She was at the Olympics. She was more than competitive. She was in the match against Matilda, 53rd in the world. So she's had some success. Now, Brian, let's talk about Jennifer and her adjustments that she needs to make, coming back from playing Crystal, who plays a power game, and now having to face a chopper. What's her approach now, Brian?
This match is going to go right into the slow lane, because now it's classic attacker versus chopper. And I think that Angela's going to make it a longer match, so Jennifer's really going to have to maximize her shot selection, because I don't think she has the power to just blast her.
So now this might be a difficult match for Jennifer, because we don't have a lot of choppers playing in the United States right now. She has not seen Angela a lot in competition. Jennifer hasn't been playing domestically that long to see somebody.
Right. I know at some points, I have watched her play quite a competent world-class chopper, and she has struggled with it. But at the same time, it's kind of a strength of these Chinese-trained players to play against defense, and I'm really interested. I know Jennifer has a lot of spin control, and I'm really interested to see how she kind of approaches this match.
Whoa. Just a powerful backhand from Jennifer.
One great advantage for Jennifer is that she's going to be able to put in a backhand loop off of pushes that may catch Angela off guard.
So there's that strong backhand loop again from Jennifer. Guys, Angela has not, throughout this competition over the last 2 days, has not seen any players that play with a lot of power and a lot of heavy spin like Jennifer does. So this is going to have to be a bit of an adjustment for her also. In her semifinal match, she played Rachel Sung. Rachel, one of the true up-and-coming players at 12 years old in USA table tennis, but not somebody you think about, guys, that has an overpowering game. Jennifer can have an overpowering game that, like we saw in the Pan Am games. Well,
one of the things that'll work more in Angela's favor is that even though there is more power on the ball, Jennifer does hit the ball quite clean. Her stroke is very, very kind of linear, and it is close to pure topspin. There isn't really much, choppers sometimes have difficulty with the ball being a little bit side spin or, maybe inside out. And a lot of the ball that Jennifer plays is relatively clean, and it makes it a little simpler to defend against.
So now you're seeing Jennifer really assert herself here. On the lap point, it was a strong backhand right at Angela's body. Point before that, it was two really powerful forehands into the corner. So Matt, we've talked a little bit about equipment and equipment styles. Angela, of course, playing long pips on the backhand, but Tenergy on the forehand. Do you see a lot of people chopping with Tenergy?
Generally, it is quite a common rubber for forehand, and especially now in this kind of age of modern defense where they have to keep options open for attacking. They do need a rubber that has a little bit more range. So, you know, they have to be able to attack when they need to, and so Tenergy has become a little more common as a forehand chopping rubber.
But Brian, with the spring sponge of Tenergy, I mean, Tenergy is known for its bounce effect. Does that make chopping that much harder?
The top sheet is still tacky enough to where they can generate a fair amount of heavy underspin. And really, the reason that most players switch to Tenergy is, like what Matt said, is their ability to counterattack more often.
Oh, there you see Jennifer really trying to go after it there with two consecutive forehands.
Just a little bit late.
One thing that'll really help Jennifer is she has a lot of range in her shot. She's not scared of playing that higher arcing topspin that bounces a little bit high.
It doesn't also look like, Matt, here in game one as she tries to establish herself, it doesn't look like Jennifer really has to change her game. It's not a mix of styles like we've seen in some of the other matches where maybe she struggled a little bit more.
Right. I mean, there's no real threat for her too much. I mean, Angela is, even though she is a modern defensive player, she still does like to stick to more defensive patterns. And I think if Jennifer has time, she'll settle into the game a little bit easier.
Jennifer's playing brilliant.
She's really playing tactically. It's interesting that the other thing I noticed, had Angela not missed that, Jennifer was again setting up for two consecutive topspin forehands. So Jennifer takes game one 11-3. Guys, first impressions.
I think Jennifer's really in a good control position, and at no point during this match has she tried to overplay too much. And I feel like the last match where she played a lot of fast rallies, she was, you know, in a semifinal against Crystal, she was able to hold her game very stable, and I think she's bringing that approach into this game. Even though it's against a different style, she's really just, you know, staying true to her shots and not really trying to plow through the ball.
Brian, you always worry in back-to-back matches against players that have such contrasting styles between Crystal's power game and Angela's defensive game. It seems that Jennifer has eased right into this. It almost looks like she's not worried about it.
It wasn't a difficult tactical matchup. Let's say if it was a lefty short pips player, she would be under some tactical distress, but this is as easy a situation she can get because you can see she's picking and choosing her shots, and she's doing it perfectly. She knows how to play against defense.
Well, it also seems like, Matt, that the amount of time the ball coming back is giving Jennifer time to really think about her next shot. So, I mean, we saw it 3 times in that last game where Jennifer attacked with the forehand and came back with another forehand.
Right. Yeah, and I know in a previous match yesterday against Wang Chen, she really struggled with differences in timing, and sometimes she wasn't able to get herself in position. And here, I think she really has a chance to maneuver herself and really make sure she's in the perfect position before taking her shots.
So Angela with a net ball to take 1-0 lead here in game 2. This is the women's finals of day 2. Winner goes on to qualify for World Championships. Now, that's the first time that we've seen Jennifer rush that shot. And I'm wondering whether that came back because Angela twiddled and hit that chop with the inverted as opposed to the pips.
I think it was short and had more underspin than she expected.
Wow. What a great point. What control from Jennifer. Again, really seemed in control of the point. Wasn't overhitting. She was hitting her forehands hard, but wasn't overhitting them.
There's definitely, she's applying a lot of finesse to her game that's really helping her out here.
She's not going for overly powerful shots. She's just taking the ones that are being given to her.
Yeah, guys, and we saw it there. We saw it on that last point. She just looks patient. She looks comfortable. Angela's not backing her off the table. She's not moving her around a whole lot.
She's either played her a bunch of times or just happens to be fantastic as chop, or maybe even both.
Yeah, I mean, I think she just has it kind of locked in her brain that,
she knows which shot to go
right.
for.
And I think, I mean, you can see by the way she's playing, she understands that there really isn't that much threat in her taking her time. Angela's not going to play a big shot, and she's not going to really, force the ball on her.
Right, she's not threatening her.
There you see Angela now changing her game, recognizing that she's going to have to put some pressure on Jennifer, because Jennifer is getting in that really comfortable space right now. So Angela's serving down 3-4 here.
Perfect recovery.
Great backhand to finish that point.
Great, just technical point to watch. Again, just such patience. Angela's playing very well right now. Let's not take that away from her. These points are, but Jennifer is really asserting her game right now.
Great counter there.
There we saw Angela stepping up. And Matt, you talked about the modern defender game as opposed to the traditional defender game.
The thing about playing defensive styles is that when you play against someone who's comfortable with that style and they have a way of competing against that, it's very difficult to try and kind of dig yourself out of a hole and figure out how to win points.
There you saw, Brian, Jennifer, 2 forehand loops and then back to the push.
Right.
2 forehand loops, back to the push. That seems to be her.
She has it set. I think after 2 loops, Angela's in a set position, so it's easy for just to push and reset the point. Because what she's looking for is one that she can drive. And if she doesn't get it, she'll just make a push and start over.
A great block from Angela. But Jennifer, again, because Angela is not making Jennifer move, Jennifer is in position to be able to counter that. And there's a great block from Angela, and Jennifer's just right there to put it home.
And she'll just make a push.
It's nice to see Angela making the adjustment now where she's going to selectively place where she's going to attack.
And she's taking more opportunity. She's finding those small spaces where this is where I can attack now.
She did a great job of finding it's such a narrow spot where she needs to be able to hit. You just got to love these combinations of attack and defense. Really quite a highlight.
Well,
for
Matt,
table tennis fans.
and Matt, we saw it at the finals of the U.S. Open with Wei Wang, who is a similar style defend and attack, maybe a little bit more of an aggressive attacker. But it's a fun style to watch because you almost don't know what you're going to get at any given moment.
Right, and I mean, we've seen that already. There's so much diversity and, you know, different shots coming out from Angela's game. And
wow. Again, she's picking those perfect opportunities to throw in a counterattack as she realized the classic defense, she's just going to get pounded.
And by the way, guys, attacked with the long pips on the backhand. I don't know if anybody noticed that, which is not something you commonly see from a defender.
That's what made Jennifer be a little apprehensive.
Just so well set up by Jennifer.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, she buys so much time by playing that slow spin across the middle and dragging Angela across, because to be able to combat that, she has to use her pips, and it just opens up such a big space.
And she's so diligent. If she doesn't like the return, she'll just keep pushing.
What I like about what Jennifer's doing right now is she's not forcing the loop. She's letting the loop happen and letting the rubber do the work as opposed to really trying to force it and overpower the ball.
Right, and a lot of players will play the opposite way against defense.
There we saw again Angela attack the first ball with the long tips on the backhand and just missed the second one. Maybe wasn't expecting it to come back so quickly.
Well, I mean, you just saw Jennifer play it back across to her backhand, and when the ball comes back float, it's very difficult to follow up on an attack with long pips.
So Jennifer takes game 2 by the score of 11-7.
This game was closer because what you saw on Angela's part is after making a chop, she didn't stay in that position. She started to be more assertive when moving in, looking for that opportunity to make an attack, because if she just stays out too long, Jennifer's going to have too much of a field day just with her shot selection.
So I feel like in the first set, she kind of attacked out of necessity, so the ball kind of carried to her forehand and she didn't want to chop, whereas this game, she kind of went out of her way a little bit more.
She's pressing it.
She's looking for the opportunities to attack instead of letting them come to her.
So right now, if we're with Kathleen Chen, who's Angela's mother and Angela's coach, for a player like Angela, I'm not saying she's one-dimensional, but there are not a lot of dimensions to the game for a modern defender, right? So there's the occasional attack with the chop and mostly defensive. What sort of adjustments can I make? I mean, Jennifer is controlling the pace of play. She's controlling the table. She's on top of the table. She's very comfortable. How do I get Jennifer out of her comfort zone right now and climb my way back into this match?
I mean, I think Jennifer's left her with very few options, and like Brian was saying before, there have become very, very narrow and very precise spots on the table that Angela needs to be able to hit if she wants to take advantage of her attacking game. And so, you know, she needs to try and make really strong placements so that she can potentially attack and then follow up with another attack.
So, Brian, let me ask you. So one of the things that I've noticed is that Angela is not attacking the middle of the table to get the angle back. She's letting Jennifer get comfortable with her strokes and not attacking.
I think she's just happy getting an attack in. Every time Angela's made a forehand chop, Jennifer's pushed the ball. So I would tell Angela maybe throw up a topspin off of one of the loops just to get Jennifer to back off a little bit.
Well, there you saw it at the last point. Angela was playing at the middle of the table, and she caught Jennifer out of a comfort zone on her backhand. By the way, I can take no credit for that comment. That was Ed Hogshead who actually texted me with that comment.
Thanks, Ed. You just made Gordon sound like an expert.
Nothing will make me sound like an expert. I think anybody who's watched the last 2 days will know that. See, there's an example, gentlemen, of not over-hitting. How many times this weekend have we seen players overplay that and play that ball long?
And again, this even though it's a completely different style, once you put pips on the backhand, you look at the amount of table that Angela's covering on her backhand. It just opens up so many more opportunities for Jennifer, especially with the kind of range she has at hitting inside out forehand sometimes.
Yeah. There we saw Angela attack and have some set. It's hard to watch at home and watch this on television and really understand how difficult it is to do what Angela is doing. Almost catching the ball with her paddle and releasing it.
More importantly, giving everybody the opportunity to miss and hoping that they actually do it.
It almost becomes, Brian, a battle of who can be more patient.
Yeah, sometimes you find that the chopper needs to feel to take over control. They have to start doing more attacks because the attacker is so much more casual and composed with their shot selection. And they say, I have to put pressure on them by trying to attack to kind of ramp up the urgency.
I think both players so far, though, have really exhibited quite a strong hold on technique. Like, they've both been very technically consistent, and Angela's been doing a really great job of, even though the spin and the speed of the ball is changing, she's still able to play defensively and play consistently. And at the same time, Jennifer's, her technique is just so relaxed and fluid. It's just a representation of really good mechanics.
Oh, what just a powerful drive from Jennifer right there. Matt, why do we see so few choppers at the young age? Is it a matter of maturity, of patience?
I think, I feel like some of it's to do with parents and coaches. Maybe the players tend to go more towards being offensive players and liking that aspect of the game. And it takes a lot of patience to learn how to chop. You do need a good level of feeling for the ball and great footwork too.
And more importantly, you need a coach that can really teach that skill set. And most classic coaches, they don't have a strong choppers background as far as teaching it.
So Jennifer takes a 6-4 lead here in the third game. Really doing a great job of catching Angela's last loop early off the bounce and putting it away. Again, this is the women's finals of day 2. The winner will go on to represent the United States at World Championships in Dusseldorf.
Almost thought that rally was over at halfway, but
yeah, Angela
great retrieve to get back into the point.
Really impressed with both of these players so far, but just the level of patience that Jennifer has. She's willing to stay in the point. She's not trying to force the end of the point. It's interesting, I have not seen Angela twiddling a lot. I know she will do it, but I have not seen her twiddling a lot in this match so far. Mostly sticking with the long pips on her backhand and the inverted on her forehand.
Right. She is under a bit more pressure to attack, so she'll want to keep that inverted rubber on her forehand just in case the opportunity comes up or she creates that chance.
There you see her twiddling now. We have, keep in mind, guys, we have seen Angela attack twice with the backhand with the long pip, so it's not unheard of. It's just not common. But we did see in that last point she twiddled once or twice. I don't know. I can't keep track of the twiddling.
You're better than me, Gordon. I'm watching the flow of the game.
I'm just trying to keep track of the rubber color on the...
I see.
You can see there the reason why we've seen Jennifer pushing so much. When you play against a long pimple chopper, the amount of backspin on the ball kind of builds up the more topspin you play. And so by pushing the ball, you kind of reset it. And if she can push it to Angela's forehand and get her to come in and push, you're dealing with a maybe a little bit lighter ball. So I think that's why we've seen kind of sets of 2 or 3 loops from Jennifer.
Matt, I know you really enjoy chopping, just watching you play. Tell me how hard it is to chop with an inverted rubber. That's really not a chopper's rubber.
It's difficult in the sense that inverted rubbers are a lot more reactive, especially when you're using, and we talked about it at the start, when you're using something like Tenergy, which is primarily purposed to attacking, to be able to deal defensively with an attacking ball. And I mean, it's much easier to play with pips and take the spin off and kind of slow the ball down, whereas with inverted you don't really have the rubber working in your favor, and you have to have really good touch to deal with the ball. Oh, great drop there. Huge amount of patience from both players.
So at this point, Brian, in this match, up 2-0, is Jennifer is fatigue starting? I mean, you have to have an enormous amount of patience and stamina to play in a match this match could go on an hour, hour and a half.
It's hard to play a defensive player because as the match progresses, they actually get more fine-tuned to your attack shots. And that's why you see it's a tighter game now, and the rallies are going longer.
So, Matt, we just saw it on that point. It almost looked like Jennifer baited Angela into trying to hit. How does she do more of that, knowing that that's not really Angela's game?
I mean, she kind of has to present a ball. I don't know if she wants to bait Angela into it. It's a timeout for
Angela.
Well, I mean, Angela was up 9-7. So, we're now at 9-9 here in the third game. Guys, just let's not forget that we've got a men's final coming up that should be tremendous between Kunal Chaudhary and Kanak Jha. But this has been a really interesting match. It's been a fun match to call because it's such a tactical match. And it's
right, and there's such a lot going on. And it is one of those matches where, at face value, it just looks like one person attacking and one person defending. But there's so many little details that are going on in every point and in every shot.
So you're seeing an incredible display of skill on both parts.
And what I love, and I do love watching choppers, there's just an elegance to the way that they play. There's a grace. I mean, if you watch Angela, she doesn't move, she flows, right? There's nothing rushed or hurried. And as somebody who's playing against the chopper,
taking on big attacks and to make it look graceful.
Yeah, it just looks graceful,
is
right?
a skill in itself.
And for somebody who, struggles against everybody, but choppers in particular, the tendency is you want to rush because you want to try and get the ball through them.
Exactly, and when you play defensive players, there's a lot of changes in the pace of the game. Maybe you go up to the table and you try and serve without that much break, and you try and lift the pace of the game. I think Angela really does well to keep things steady there.
So it's 9-9 here in the third, man. I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say this is a really critical game and a really critical 2 points here. I don't think Jennifer wants this match to go any longer than it absolutely has to.
The longer it goes, the advantage goes to Angela, just because Jennifer has to do all the work. She has to physically do more work. Angela plays this way every match.
work on the attack there.
Absolutely.
That was the kind of play I think, you know,
Gutsy.
Angela could work on more. You know, attack once and don't get stuck into this pattern of feeling like you have to defend straight away after it.
Oh, net ball. So Jennifer serving advantage to Angela here in the third game of the women's finals on day 2.
Very well the point of this tournament.
I mean, it's so far absolutely the point of this tournament. And, I mean, that's just a knockdown. That's just punch, counter punch, punch, counter punch, Brian.
Right to the end.
Oh, it's got to rip you. I mean, when you put so much effort into a juice point and then it comes back with a net.
It's a big point in the match for Jennifer right here. I think this is a very big point. Oh.
Gets the net back straight away.
Take that. Take that.
It's funny because watching, I mean, we have a nice crowd here, probably a few hundred people here watching, and you can hear the gasp at every shot. Every single shot, people are gasping. There's Angela attacking again. That has been effective for her in spots, Brian.
Yeah, because at the end, most attackers are complacent, thinking they're going to give it to me, so I can just make a return, and then Jennifer can say, this is an open door right now.
Well, we got a match, fellas.
I'm still leaning towards Jennifer. I just going to be a war. You can see in her body language she's tired.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about both of these players, though, Matt, and you've gotten to know them through your interactions in the U.S. circuit with Jennifer and Olympian Angela, you know, traveling the country playing. They both have such a great attitude about the game, both a great court presence. They both really seem to enjoy just playing. There's very little angst in their game.
Yeah, I mean, their personality shows in their game. They're both very calm and very kind of gentle characters, and you can see in this match it really comes through their shots, and you know, they're patient, and you know, but at the same time they're really thinking about every single shot that they make, every shot selection. It's not just a highly physical game. It's a really mentally exhausting game to constantly be thinking of where should I play? Should I play deep? Should I play shallow? Left, right, heavy spin, fast. There's so much variation on every ball.
It's interesting, Brian, just looking at the two corners, of course, Angela talking to her mother, Kathleen. Jennifer almost looking off, her coach Santos, she in the corner with her. Jennifer almost looking at...
She doesn't need coaching. She needs a break. She's more exhausted because she has to do primarily all the work.
Yeah.
Angela's used to working. Jennifer's not used to having to generate this much attack over and over and over.
Well, and we watched Jennifer play Crystal Wong in the last round, where a lot of the points are bang, 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 point over.
That's
right?
easy.
Quick, reactive.
Right. This is stop, lift, push again, push again.
Well,
it's mentally exhausting to say which one do I have to choose. The game is on the line. I'm also tired. I realize that Angela's starting to get fine-tuned to my shots.
And Matt, talk about for a second the burn in the legs from having to loop the heavy chop. It takes an enormous amount of leg strength to make that happen.
And it's not just the weight transfer required to lift the ball, it's the footwork in between as well. So you're going from explosive power to like agility and just constantly swapping between pushing up into the ball, moving across, moving out, moving forward. There's a lot of footwork involved for both players.
But I would suggest, Matt, that the chopper's probably a little bit more used to it. Right, the chopper is used to these long rallies and these long games.
Yeah, there is a lot of footwork involved. I have a question here asking, what do we think Angela's strategy will be now that she's kind of opened and exposed a spot here a little bit more?
I got to say, Matt, and obviously you're the expert. I'm just the guy sort of trying to lay up the questions. But it seems to me Angela's strategy is to keep doing what she's doing right now.
Right. I mean, the way she's playing now it's kind of developed slowly as the match has gone on, and you know, she is looking for opportunities to attack. But I think more than anything, her defensive play is slowly becoming more effective and more consistent.
Well, and she is now, whereas we saw Jennifer really take control of points and take control of games in the first two games, it's almost like she has Jennifer lulled into playing her game a little bit. I mean, we saw in the first two games, Jennifer would go loop with the forehand. With the second forehand, let's see what she does. See, that's been effective for Jennifer, and that's something that Angela took away from her last game. The loop on the forehand.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Angela's shown that slowing things down, and she's kind of forcing Jennifer to earn her points, and every single point that Jennifer's been playing, she's really had to work for it. Like, she's really grinding away.
She hadn't got any cheap points yet.
That's true. And I think where the attack was kind of more in the foray before, I think Angela is possibly going to stick to being a little more defensive now.
You can see Angela's mixing in now to where Jennifer's realizing I have to play a little bit more high risk.
Right. Yeah, I think one area that Jennifer's kind of struggled with is on her third loop. Like, she's spinning the first ball and she's sometimes spinning the second ball to a different place. When she gets that ball that just pops up a little bit, she's kind of
just slow high spins.
Yeah, almost underestimating it, and it's a common problem for many players. They think it's a little bit easier to hit through than it actually is.
Right.
It just seemed like a slight miss hit. Angela's sort of shaking her head, looking back at her mother and coach, Kathleen Chen. I don't mind that play, Brian. I don't mind going back to the backhand loop.
Angela's tired. I mean, Jennifer's tired. She wants to get into attack, but she doesn't want to have to work that hard for it. I think you're going to see more and more backhand attacks and more pushing after one or two loops.
Matt, at what point do we see Jennifer start moving over to the left-hand side of the table and trying to assert her forehand a little bit more?
I mean, she's played so patiently, and I think she's still only going to really move there when she feels like she has a chance to maybe play a wide angle across, or maybe to hit a slightly bigger shot. You know, and she's proved that she can control the ball with her backhand, but she has, you know, been a little bit more a little bit more passive and pushed a lot on her backhand, which hasn't really hurt her too much.
Yeah, she's tired. Jennifer's making more mental errors now. Angela's grooved in. She's grooved in.
She's got confidence right now.
Yeah, she's grooved in.
Her confidence is continuing to build with every one of those miss hits, every one of those overhits. And I said, we talked about this before, Jennifer has been very effective with the forehand loop combination,
Right.
and now she's starting to miss a little bit.
And it's not necessarily just about Angela's growing confidence. It's a definitive kind of shift between both players where Jennifer's confidence is slowly maybe starting to drain a little bit.
And Angela is basically saying, I have the frequency of your loop now. I know how to deal with it.
It's funny that you say that, Brian, because in the earlier stages of the game, we felt like Jennifer's game,
She was overwhelming her.
Right, she had Angela in a position where her defensive game wasn't effective enough to be able to compete. And now we're kind of feeling like Jennifer's in a position where maybe her attacking game is not quite enough for her to overcome the defense.
I agree with you. I think seeing Angela shift more defensive puts more pressure on Jennifer to have to say, I'm going to have to work for it.
I got tired just watching that point.
She went for it, and it was a good opportunity for Angela to potentially close that point out.
Know what we hadn't seen in the last two games? We hadn't seen Jennifer attack a ball past Angela.
Right.
It's a great
She
point.
That's true.
She hadn't hit a kill shot.
It's interesting. There were 2 points. There were 2 shots in that game where I was waiting for Jennifer to attack more aggressively.
And she didn't.
She's apprehensive.
The first one, she slowed her loop down. The second one, she pushed.
Well, she's recognizing now that the ball that's a little bit higher is harder for her to hit through. And she is adding a little bit more safety, but I think not necessarily apprehensive, but just trying to be a little bit smarter with how she
shot
deals with
selection.
that ball.
Angela's starting to go for some of those riskier shots.
Right, you don't often see defensive players looking to counter like that.
Third ball attack. Right? That's what she was going for, is that correct?
Counter loop.
Okay, counter loop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not that common.
Have you guys noticed that Jennifer has not done more than one attack? It's push, push,
Right.
push, loop, push, 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 loop.
It's started to shift that part of the game again where you can see Angela starting to feel like she has to maybe attack more to win these points.
Guys, put this in perspective, though. Jennifer was down 8-7 and has really come back, fought her way back into this game.
She's done an extremely simple strategy. Push until she sees one loop, make a loop, and go right back to pushing.
Maybe force that one a little bit right there. Not aggressively force it, but just force the shot a little bit. Jennifer with an opportunity to close out game 4 here. Oh, did that hit her finger?
I'm not sure what happened there, but I mean,
No, she looked like she twisted it with the pips and it just floated.
it's got to be a little disappointing for her to be in that position where she really had Jennifer under pressure and to have played so many long rallies and then get to that pivotal point of the game and to miss after a few shots. It's got to be a little devastating, but at the same time, she's going to go back and focus. She's doing a lot of things right in this match, and
I think both of these players, Matt, are playing exceptionally well, and they're playing their games exceptionally well. We saw in the first 2 games Jennifer really dictating her game on Angela. Game 3 and even parts of Game 4, we saw Angela coming back and saying, okay, I'm going to take your game away from you, and I'm going to force you to play a little bit more in my game. And then at the end of Game 4, Jennifer coming back and saying, you know what, I'm going to now get a little bit more aggressive again. I'm not going to let you get too comfortable.
It was so crucial for Jennifer for that change to happen, and you kind of almost wondered if she was kind of running out of energy a little bit, or, you know, for her to come back to it, it was really perfect timing for her.
Brian, a lot on the line here tonight. The winner goes on to Dusseldorf in World Championships to represent the United States. The loser has to come back tomorrow and start all over again, although they do start as the #1 seed, which is helpful for them in the draw. But they've got to play a whole nother day of table tennis in order to get back in this position again.
If Angela wins, it is a emotional heartbreak for Jennifer. She's going to feel how Wang Chen felt today waking up. So Jennifer wants to get this and get back to France.
I thought that was a big game win for Jennifer to get back control of the match.
Absolutely.
Though.
She simplified her strategy. She just said, I'm going to push and see one attack and just push.
So here we go, guys. Game 5.
She's really got to make sure she doesn't tighten up too much. I think there have been a few shots, you know, where she started out so fluid. As time goes on, her elbow has tightened up a little bit on a couple of occasions.
And also, I would say continue to use her legs is very important.
That's right.
Game that we've seen Jennifer use her backhand loop instead of pushing the backhand.
And to conserve energy, she decided to drop the ball, not even smash it.
I was really surprised that Angela got that ball back. That power forehand that really we haven't seen from Jennifer much in the last few sets.
This is the game that Jennifer prefers, not the game where she has to grind.
Well, it's interesting. She kept Angela in that last point at the table. She didn't let Angela back off the table.
She played to the smooth until there was an opening and then went to the backhand. Had she gone to the backhand, the ball would have been so weird she would have had to push and then it would have reset the point.
interesting that she took the risk of really coming across on her backhand to block that one. She's got to think of these forehand opening balls from Angela as an opportunity for her to play against the topspin that she's so much more comfortable against. That right there is
fatigue.
It's fatigue.
That's fatigue.
I mean, that's a shot that when you're really focused seems so easy, and after such a slugfest of kind of back and forth, back and forth.
Sorry.
Of course, I mean, these are the matches, though, that you've got to gut out. I mean, on the women's side, you're talking about, each of these competitors have only had to play 3 matches today. Doesn't make it any easier. It doesn't make it any simpler. And, particularly playing a chopper of this level who's able to so consistently control the ball. But this is a great opportunity for a little bit of a gut check for Jennifer. I couldn't do it. But I'm also not an elite athlete. So Angela battles back to 4-4 here in the...
I found that a little strange that she came so far across to play a backhand look when she's been so kind of put off trying to open with her backhand for most of the match.
Great recovery.
Oh,
so many of these points we've seen that have kind of drawn out.
oh, Jennifer's laughing. Jennifer's laughing.
It's been such a common...
Those balls are low trajectory, and that's why it's just nicking the net.
Right, and we saw it at the end of the last set as well. These long, long rallies, just ending with a little bit of luck. One thing I've been incredibly impressed with from both players so far is just the amount of consistency they've had.
These have been high-quality points.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there have been that many points that haven't been like a really challenging point for both players, and they're really, really giving everything. They're putting all of their energy and all of their patience into this match.
Interesting, we saw Angela, this is the first time in 2 games that we've seen her attack with the long pips on her backhand again.
Yeah, I think at least be more aggressive. She's kind of resulted to swiping a little bit and playing a softer kind of pop-up opening. It's quite common. It's quite common among matches with players that have pips that there's a higher incidence of nets.
Is that because of the lower arc of the ball, Matt?
Right. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's harder for you to lift the ball over the net, and the margins do close in. At the same time, when you're playing with pips and you're chopping, it's the same. You want to stay low to the net.
Oh,
wow.
Oh. Again, we saw this in the semifinals match. Just the level of respect that players have for each other with the sorry, and but I thought that was Angela's chance to get back in it right there, and that was the ball that she wanted.
Mentally get back in it.
Yeah. So this is going to be match point for Jennifer, and this has been one of the most enjoyable matches of the tournament for me so far. thought this was a great
What a
match.
great match.
What a great match. A really, truly enjoyable match. But, Matt, we're going to stay here while Brian makes his way onto the court to interview Jennifer. A big win for Jennifer, advancing to World Championships. We talked earlier how important that was to her. Just a really great way to end the second day on the women's side of what was a really exciting draw. Made even more exciting, Matt, with Wang Chen defaulting due to injury.
Right.
But I have a feeling, knowing Wang Chen, that she's going to be back.
She'll be back.
And that is going to make tomorrow one heck of a day of table tennis on the women's side.
It's going to be very interesting, and I think this performance by Angela is just really, really, really solid table tennis, and I really hope that she brings that game back tomorrow. And I hope that tomorrow all the players are really bringing their best table tennis to try and get that last
Matt,
direct spot.
I thought one of the things that was so great about this match was both players played their games, and we saw it even though it was a 4-1 match. Both players were able to play their game and not have to deviate too much tactically from what they wanted to do.
And it makes for such a good match when both players are playing to their strength, and you see the clash of strength against strength rather than really exploiting weakness.
So, Matt, we're going to look forward to the men's finals, which should be up here in about 10 minutes. We're going to head out to Brian Pace, who's on the court with Jennifer Wu, the winner of the Day 2 women's finals. And Brian, take it away.
And we are live here. And Jennifer has just punched her ticket to Dusseldorf, Germany. Congratulations. That was a war. Tell me how you felt.
Oh, I'm so tired right now, and then exciting. I'm looking forward to Germany.
Now, go ahead.
Yeah, that is my first time, to represent USA to play the World Championships.
Good.
So I'm looking forward. Yeah.
We noticed the first 2 games you did more attacking and you were able to get better angles. By game 3, that was a difficult game that Angela won, and we noticed at that time you started to get a little bit tired. Tell me what happened in game 3.
I was because 2-0, right? So third game is more important.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking about winning or losing, so
Right.
yeah, that's why. And then the first game I was losing too, so and then I changed my mind, and I think I need to stop to think about the ticket.
Right.
Yeah, so I need to focus on my game.
Now, what we noticed is you started to just make a push, and if you saw one good attack, you would attack it, and you just make a push again.
Yeah.
And what happened is it opened the door for Angela to make more mistakes.
Yeah, because I can't practice a lot of choppers.
Right.
So I can't do looping, all the time. So
Right.
waste my energy. So
Okay.
I need to be smarter.
Okay, well, I'll let you go. Congratulations. Rest up.
Thank you.
Hey, and you guys on Facebook, I want you to tell me in the comments how many times have you had a 50-point loss to a chopper. And don't lie to me, because I'll go to usatt.org and check your rating history.
called blue. He called blue. Right. It's blue. Sir? Sir, you have a choice of sides? You have 2 minutes to warm up.
So we're back here live. Matt Hetherington, along with Gordon Kay. Brian Pace will be joining us shortly as he makes his way back from courtside because he is our on-court reporter. We're here for the men's finals of day 2 for what should be a very interesting match between Kunal Chaudhry of ICC and Kanak Jha from World Champions Table Tennis Academy. Kunal surviving a grueling deuce in the 7th match.
And with some slight fortune just on the last point in that match over Gal Algueti, who really has had some outstanding matches this tournament.
I think I've been very impressed with all 3 of the Alguetis, but you know, Kunal has an interesting game to me because he can play with such power, but he can also play with really amazing touch. And then you've got Kanak coming off what I thought, Matt, was his most impressive win in the semifinals of the tournament so far against Sharon Algueti in straight sets, which I believe, I think you'd agree with me, was a bit of a surprise, Matt.
Yeah, almost, but at the same time, Kanak's been a player that has, in the past, managed to deal with the Alguetis before, and you know, when he's played junior events, he's managed to compete with them.
I understand, but this is the first time this tournament, Matt, that Kanak had really looked comfortable to me. That he was really executing his shots well and playing his shots well. This should be an interesting matchup because, in my opinion, it's going to be a question of whether Kunal is going to be able to drive the ball through Kanak as opposed to letting Kanak. There we saw just a terrific counter from Kunal. Brian, welcome back.
Thank you.
We are here at the men's finals of day 2.
Matt, I think I have a question for you. For somebody that likes to call you Matty Ice. He said, ask Matt if he's had a chance to play any with Gordon yet.
I think we know
that sounds like Sean O'Neill to me.
It's nice to hear Sean watching back in Portland, Oregon.
I have, and I'm still waiting for Sean to show up and play here with me as well. I already have my Twizzlers on standby.
Sean, if I know you're watching at home, we miss you. We would have loved for you to have been here with us. Hopefully you're enjoying what has been a great day 2 of table tennis and a great day 1 yesterday. So Kunal, interesting jumping out to a quick lead here. It's really early in the match as the players sort of feel their way through the match.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last match being so close for him would have given him a lot of confidence, and
he's more in a groove because he's played 7 games.
And he's a player who is able to execute quite a lot of power, but also maintain a really strong level of stability and good placement in his game.
So I think what's going to be interesting as we see this match develop, I think of Kunal as almost like a rhythm player. He needs to be in a rhythm in making his shots. I've seen him in matches, the Jimmy Butler match in 2014 at the U.S. Nationals, where he can have some amazing games and he can completely fall apart if he's not in that rhythm. The question for him, it seems to me, is going to be keeping that rhythm and keeping that focus.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing about this final is both players have experienced the pressure of the situation before, and Kunal's made it to the very final stages of the national team trials before, and Kanak's been in the national men's singles final, and it'll be interesting to see how they kind of handle this situation and how they handle each other as well.
Kunal is a player that you'll see him initially miss because he's trying to find that range. And then once he finds that range, it's easy for him to make runs.
But he's not the type of player, Brian, that's really looking to step back off the table and drive the ball, is it?
He wants to play it right where he's standing, close to the table.
Well, in the first 2 points, we saw that where he was trying to catch the ball early off the bounce and drive that early bounce ball as opposed to what we see from So what we see from a Sharon Alguetti, who's going to go back and really try and load up the gun, right? Really try and load up the right arm. It almost looks like Kunal wants to play the speed off of the bounce early.
Right. He's not spending a lot of time loading. He's unloading quick and with a fair amount of power.
Great agility there from
And
Canuck.
attacking right at the body, which some might say would be Kunal's weakness is at the body.
Think so, yeah.
We've talked a lot, guys, over the course of the last 2 days about the importance of these pivot points, right? The difference between 8-6 and 9-5.
Yeah, I mean, there have been, but at the same time, there have been so many different points within each match. There seems to be different points where the players kind of push. Each player has a point where they kind of stop and go, okay, I need to switch the momentum. So, you know, sometimes it's been towards the end of the game where they're trailing. Sometimes it's been when they're ahead. Sometimes it's been in the middle where it's even.
Interesting, we see in our camera view Richard Siz, who has unfortunately drawn Canuck in the first round on both days. Sure, he's hoping Canuck wins this match so he doesn't have to face him all 3 days. It's one of the great things about this tournament is we do have these elite young players. Then we have players like Wang Chen, who's really one of the elite players, but maybe not on the younger side of
Right, and I mean, Xiao Yu as well, perfect example yesterday.
Well, today also.
And today, it's been good to see how they approach playing the younger players as well.
Well, and this is important in the younger players' development, is learning how to play different styles, learning how to play players that there you saw Canuck again, Matt, attacking to the body.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to keep. We saw in his last match, he's really started to become more efficient and tighten up a little bit, and he's really working to restrict his opponents, and he's going to keep playing that difficult ball.
There's one as in hockey, whenever a goalie gives up a goal, he'd like to have that one back. There's one that Canuck probably would like to have back because he just maybe swung a little bit too hard and caught the ball off the top of his paddle. So after Canuck coming back from down 8-5, if you remember, he battled back to 8-8, and he's lost the last 2 points. And Kunal with an opportunity to take game 1 here in the men's finals of day 2. As a reminder, Adal Agwedi had a huge day yesterday, moving on to qualify for Worlds. And Kunal does it. He got the ball that he wanted. It looks like the ball just rolled at our feet.
A big risk for Canuck to play that ball where he played it, given that Kunal was quite steadfast and balanced in that position. I mean, he left the whole table open and then played to a place that was kind of dangerous for him. But so far, a really good display from Kunal to assert his stronger shots, and it's going to be a bit of a mission, and Canuck's going to have to figure out how he works to restrict that game.
Well, and Matt, to that point, it looks like Kunal is waiting for Canuck to attack to the wide forehand so that he can counter. And Brian, you and I talked about this earlier. He's waiting to counter so he can catch the ball early, so he doesn't have to back off the table and generate that speed himself.
Right. If you look, he basically reached his arm out and did a forearm snap so fast that Canuck couldn't even get over there.
Right.
Now, had that
and he gets the angle as well.
Right. In Canuck's last match, he was able to get to the next ball and generate even more power.
Such good positioning. Canuck's focus really is going to have to be on Kunal's balance. He's going to have to look at how he can shift his body weight perhaps away from the areas he wants to expose first before he tries to play into that spot.
And there we talked about this in the pregame, that Kunal can play with some touch.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a very well-developed game. And you know, he does have that international exposure from before. I believe even in his cadet years, he beat Hugo Calderano, which even at that time was a really big win. So, you know, he's got some pretty solid results under his belt.
Whoa.
Wow, great hands.
Wow. I mean, just the quickness of the hands on that last play, Brian. For Kunal to be able to react like that, it's unbelievable.
For him to be a tall guy, he can unload extremely quick.
And we saw it yesterday, Brian, with Wang Chen. Kunal seems to use his reach very effectively.
Right.
I mean, he is a taller player. He maybe doesn't move with the grace that maybe a smaller, more compact player does, but he uses that reach
Inside
so
of
effectively.
quick exchanges, he's not getting played off the table how Wang Chen was.
And there we saw Matt
that body
back at
placement.
the body, right? So back at the right elbow. Ed Hogshead talks a lot about that. Back at the right elbow. So Canuck won that point, but it seems like where Canuck is getting in trouble is when he's going wide.
Yeah, I think he's not really been able to expose the target areas that he has. He needs to be able to maybe play wide to the backhand first to open up more of a gap on that wide
Matt,
forehand.
there we saw it again, at the body. At the body. Doesn't need a lot of pace, but at the body.
Right, and I mean, if he can get that elbow ball, it makes the wide forehand a little bit easier. Just he needs to work on shifting balance and shifting Kunal's weight maybe away from where he's playing.
But you'll hear coaches, Matt, talk about working the point. Right, working the point, not jumping right into the point and trying to rush the point. Working the point. Again, Brian, right at the right elbow, that seemed to get Kunal in trouble.
He's a long guy. The advantage is he uses his reach. The disadvantage is he's going to struggle in the middle.
And also quite a handsy player, very much like using his forearm to play the ball. And the disadvantage of that is when you get stuck in your body, you don't use any body to play the ball.
It's a lower quality shot because he's playing.
It restricts the hand.
Right.
But what's so impressive watching it is the speed and just the quickness of that flick. It's not loaded with a lot of spin, but it is coming so quickly.
I think what you're seeing is Kunal has just as much power, just as much hand speed, but he's a notch more powerful.
But Brian, as we talked about, he doesn't necessarily need to load up.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
He lets
can
it go
generate that
fast.
speed just off the bounce quickly. Again, Matt, we're seeing Canuck move more to the middle of the table with his service, which is where he's had some success in this tournament.
Perfect shot selection. You just missed it.
8-6.
You can see he's also working those rallies where he can push Kunal back, because when you're a more handsy player and you don't use as much body, it becomes very hard to generate that much power with just your hands from further back from the table.
There was an opportunity. Maybe Kunal lengthens his stroke a little bit, which is maybe why he
Just
put
nicked the
front
net.
end.
It was a perfect opportunity. Wasn't out of position.
You could just
caught to the
see,
middle.
you just see on his contact, he dropped his body weight a little bit, and sometimes that's enough to bring the ball down.
Tanaka's battled back to 8-8 here in the second, down 1-0. Again, guys, this is the men's finals. In between games, we're going to talk a little bit about the implications of what's going on here right now. David Delvecchio shaking his head right now because I said in between games. Sorry, David. I just let it slip. It's the first time we've seen any emotion out of Kunal. He's pumping his fist there on that miss. He's generally not a very emotional player. Brian, that's the second time we've seen Kunal miss that shot. What's happening?
Tanaka's targeting the middle. Every time in the last point of game one, he went wide, and you saw Kunal just snap it. So he's actually trying to make him navigate movement so it lowers the shot quality.
10-9.
That's the third time this game that we've seen that. And it's almost like Kunal wants the ball wider than that, Matt.
Yeah,
and
he wants it more out to the wings.
And that's where he's sort of missing it. It's a tweener.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that he errs a little bit towards that forehand side, and Kanak did a really good job of directing that serve straight down the line with his backhand. Just seems to be having quite a few issues with consistency over the last couple of days.
In extended rallies especially.
Game 2, Mr. Chaudhry.
I thought, Matt, after what was a really good win over Sharon in straight sets, although the match was closer than a straight set match with Sharon, I thought that Kanak had found his consistency and found his game. And we talked about that in a little bit in the pregame. He seems to have lost that right now. And I think as I look at the last two games, he's almost afraid of that forehand flick.
Yeah,
It's a different play.
I don't feel like he's really, apart from the last match with Sharon, I don't feel like he's been able to impose his game on any of the people that he's played so far. And
You could tell Sharon was trying to press. Kunal is not. He's saying, I'm willing to let this play out,
But
and
Brian,
I
that's
won't show you a forceful agenda, but I'll take advantage of whatever I see.
Brian, the concept of pressing is really interesting. Is Kanak the kind of player that is going to press his game? Is there a game that he
I
presses?
think if you look at the match with Sharon, he was better at neutralizing a player that's pressing.
Right.
Kunal is not pressing. He's just an opportunist. If you show me an opening, I'll take it.
right, and I think the merit of that is right now when Kanal plays these shots, Kanak's really not prepared for them because you don't really see them coming. Managed to got a lot of waste into that.
Listen, all three of those shots that Kunal missed from the middle, had he landed them, it would have been clean winners.
It's a second backhand that he's missed. Is he missing that because of the change of pace that Kanak is putting on the ball?
Underspin, and he's taking it unusually quick, so it's easier to make an unforced error or have bad contact.
But that, how much of that, Brian, is because Kunal wants topspin? He wants to catch the ball early in the bounce, and he wants topspin for him to counter with rather than having to generate his own.
Yeah, because he's not unloading using power. It's not enough spin. That's why it's nicking the net.
There we saw it, right?
Shot again.
It's that forehand flick. Canuck was having much better success when he was going closer into Kunal's body. When he gets out wide, he can get that forehand flick.
Interesting shot selections in there.
Probably one of the more interesting points of the match so far. Canuck taking a 4-2 lead here in the third game
4-2
of the men's finals of day 2 of the team trials.
Overplayed it.
Really solid, kind of explosive power though from Kunal.
But it was interesting to watch Canuck move him around the table a little bit, more so than we've seen yet in this match. That was a nice job by Canuck pushing him wide, really pushing him out wide.
Really great timing on that ball. We're starting to see a few more half-long serves come in here. They're kind of baiting each other to play that softer first opening so they can counter him. We're seeing Canuck be a little bit more proactive with the first opening ball he's getting from Kunal.
So here we are again at one of these pivot points that we seem to be coming across every game, where Canuck has a chance to really pull away in this game 3, or Kunal has a chance to reel him back in.
8-3.
Yeah, I think this game, Canuck seems to have a little bit more of a measure of how to combat Kunal's game, and he's done really well to exploit that so far.
Other than one point, though, Matt, he stayed away from Kunal's forehand, the quick flick. He stayed away from it. He got burned once, and he hasn't gone back to it. So Kunal serving 4-8 here. We saw that earlier in Canucks match with Sharon. That window of that shot is so small that there's a slight mishit.
And Stefan Feth calls the timeout for Canuck.
It's a pivotal moment.
I believe we were at 7-3, and Kunal has battled back to being down 6-8. So what are we expecting to see coming out of this timeout? Was this a Stefan calming Canuck down, saying, gather yourself, let's finish this game and let's move on to game 4? Or
Yeah.
is this a strategic discussion?
It's got to be strategic. I mean, when you have the lead and Canuck has the serve here, I think a lot of it will be around point structuring at what kind of serves will set up the ball well for him, and you know, to make sure that he wins these 2 points while he has the service advantage.
I'm interested to see, Brian, if Canuck is going to move closer to the middle of the table with the serve, where he's had some success this tournament.
This is the first time we've seen a timeout this late in the game.
That's a really, really solid.
You know what he did? He actually laid the side spin serve to let Kunal do the backhand opening because he had already jumped around on the pivot.
And you notice in that rally, he played basically every ball around that middle area to try and pick that elbow out.
Couldn't find it at rally.
You can see him going after it again. He's really focusing on serving, letting Kunal flip the ball, and then just coming forward and
Didn't Kunal win that?
driving
Didn't
the
Kunal
middle.
win that point, or did it hit? Yeah, it's 9-7. Dan Reynolds, tonight's match umpire. Canuck taking advantage of that net ball to really attack Kunal's backhand.
It's a very difficult serve to receive. That reverse down the line.
Matt, I almost felt like Kunal was waiting for that. And,
Well,
we've
I
seen
mean-
it a couple times in this match where he's come back with the
Yeah,
flick.
I mean, and the main purpose of that serve is it's very hard to control it down the line with your forehand, so it does end up a lot of the time carrying across to the forehand, where a player usually will wait to counter.
Incredible.
I almost thought, you know, this is one of the few times we've seen Kanak be the hands player to try and get in a little bit early, and I thought it would give him the advantage, but
It's the
Kunal
first
just...
time he was waiting early on
Right.
the middle shot.
Right, but Kunal's had his number on that one.
So Canuck takes game 3.
That
Going
was
back to the middle again. He went right
And
back to the middle.
Yeah, and it was a really great shot. He kind of didn't really accelerate through the shot too much, and the ball dipped a lot
Played
more
it
than
slower
Kunal
to
thought.
where he didn't have the range to come in with that big power
Right.
swing that he had.
So here we are.
I think that timeout was very effective, just to see how his game changed when, you know, whether he was serving or receiving. He was always kind of trying to figure out a way of targeting that middle a lot more than maybe at previous points.
So guys, let's take a second to talk a little bit about what's on the line here. We're at the end of day 2. This is the last match of day 2. The winner will go on to Worlds. The loser has to go back and start in the round of 16 all over again tomorrow. It's a grueling day. Even just being here watching these matches, it's a physically and emotionally grueling day. And on the men's side, you still got the number 2 seed Sharon Elguedi in there. You still got the national junior champion Krish Shivari in there. You still got Nikhil Kumar,
Right.
who is playing at a very high level in there. You've got the day 1 runner-up Nicholas Teo, who took second place at the U.S. Open in there. You don't want to go to tomorrow if you're playing right now.
Right. I mean, especially in the men's, it just, and I was saying in the previous round, the makeup of the semifinals today, it's just so completely different from yesterday.
Well, and on both the men's and women's side, Matt, all 4 of the finalists are different day to day.
Yeah, I think who lost yesterday, they were more assertive today.
But I mean, the Wang Chen injury certainly opens some certain doors on the women's side, given the format of the fourth qualifier.
My guess is she'll be back tomorrow.
I would agree with that, Brian. My point is more along the lines of you've got this clustering of men.
Right. That are much closer in level.
Again, you just look at the list. Any 5 or 6, 7 players could come out and assert themselves. You know, both Alguetti brothers playing very well in there, right?
And I think especially if Kunal's able to come through here, and he has been playing really well, if he can come through here, it also puts Kanak in a really difficult position and puts such a strong contender, you know, initially being the top seed, back into the third day for everyone else.
With that said, Matt, it's a position that Kanak has been in before and was at the Olympic trials last year, where it was win on the last day or go home or not make it to the Olympic trials. And I think we all know the importance of that for him in his development. So Coach Liang cheering on Kunal.
4-2.
Whenever Kunal gets a slower ball, he always puts 20% more power in it. But if this is a quicker ball, he just unloads it fast. So he has a nice range of power and quickness.
Ooh, cannot catch his edge.
3-5.
Some definite frustrations there for Kanak, especially after managing to clutch that last game. He would have hoped to be probably in the lead here.
It's the first time I think I've really seen him try and force it. It felt like he really tried to force that shot.
Yeah, it came in at an angle, and he really wanted to play it down the line.
But it's funny, Matt, we have seen a lot of net clipper balls. A lot of balls just clipping the top of the net, some landing obviously, but feels like an inordinate amount of balls are hitting the top of that net.
It has seemed that way, especially last match. It's great to see
Canuck looks frustrated.
there's a very generally kind of committed way, you know, when the ball hits the net, sometimes you can just throw your hands up in the air and give up, but a lot of these players realize the importance of every single point, and we've seen so many great efforts to retrieve those net balls.
Canuck looks frustrated after that last point.
5-8.
Canuck doing a nice job countering that Kunal's forehand.
Didn't quite generate enough space there to play that kind of shot. You could see he just kind of threw his body a little bit over and ended up dragging the ball across.
Kanak is diligent in realizing wing to wingspan, he can't beat Kunal. Just going to the middle is it, and it's quite obvious.
You know, Matt, looking back, you and I were both there at the Nationals last year in July when Canuck was down 2-0, 7-4 in the third, if I'm not mistaken, to Tom Fang, came back and ended up winning. This match is starting to have a similar feel. It's starting to feel like, and one of the interesting things about watching Canuck play is that he is so dedicated to his game, and he's going to play his game, and he's going to play into his game.
Yeah, and I think sometimes when you watch him, he's so kind of gradual with what he's doing that you don't really see a drastic change, where some players, like you saw with Adar, his game changed so much and it just catapulted him to winning a match. With Canuck, you don't really see those subtleties. It's very
Shift
gradual.
isn't that big. It's
Right.
a slower shift.
Right, and it can kind of creep up on you when you think you're still playing a player who's doing the same things, when really he's just changing small things.
Middle again.
He made he got the
He
first
got the first one.
Canuck
He
put it
went right back
right
there.
back in the exact same place.
Right. He's not even trying to share the shot selection. He's just saying middle.
It'll be interesting, Brian, to see when Canuck will go in and then out and try and push Kunal out. Right, so right now he's going back to that same spot.
Right.
At some point, he's going to want to push him farther out
Right.
and dare him to move.
Right. It's been a gamble so far because he's comfortable with it. So he knows the middle he has to negotiate more.
There it is.
Great change in direction from Canuck.
Matt, there's the first time we've seen Canuck use the backhand serve. We've seen a whole bunch of things off the service game for him. That's the first time we've seen the backhand serve. What was he trying to do?
I think he just changed the position a little bit, and remember, when you're serving a lot of forehand serves, when you serve backhand, it changes the direction of the spin. And
It's a different look.
right.
Well, we even talked about when he moved to the middle of the table, getting a different angle on the spin. So that
Right,
backhand,
different placements. And
but it is the first time this entire tournament we've seen him use a backhand serve.
not out of the question that he might use it again.
So Canuck comes back and takes the fourth game, 11-8, to tie this matchup at 2-2 in the men's finals of day 2. It's win or come back tomorrow and have to play another 4 matches. Sorry, our expert statistician has just informed me that it is the 6th time this game that he used the backhand serve.
You tell him, David.
So, Brian, 2-2. Kunal got out to an early lead. Canuck has crept his way back into this match. What do you want to see from Kunal coming out of the break in between games 4 and 5?
I want to see him become more. I want to see him become better positioned for the middle. The reason he lost this game is he was 2 points off, but he missed 5 middle shots. So, hey, he made 2 middle shots. The score would be deuce right now.
Yep.
So really, it's the deciding factor in the game is Canuck is making it obvious, just middle.
And Matt, what's your mentality if you're Canuck?
I think he's got to keep looking for placement. I haven't seen him really have any big, effective weapons. He's got to use his game the most effective way possible, and that's a great example.
See, if I'm Canuck, I want to come out and I want to put this match to bed right now in the first 5 points. I want to say to him, I gave you 2. Now I'm going to take this match back.
He certainly has a lot of momentum in his favor, having come back from being down 2-0.
I think the question in my mind is Kunal going to respond? Is he going to say, no, this is my match, right? So Canuck has an opportunity to reestablish himself in this match.
Well, I mean,
Step around and did 2 breaking loops into the middle.
Brian, it's I don't know if you guys saw after that point, this is the first time we've seen Kunal starting to get down on himself a little bit.
You saw he got frustrated.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, there have been a couple of occasions where we've seen these comebacks against him where he's kind of lost his way. And one that stands out to me really strongly was the national final when he played Jimmy Butler and had such a kind of commanding lead over the match, and things just fell apart a little bit. And you can kind of see he's just trying to figure his way out again. Really great combination of shots. And you can see the confidence of Canuck is starting to grow a little more, and his shots.
You can see the uncertainty in Kunal. You can
Kunal
see
just
that he's
looking up
like,
into
I
the
just no longer has his hand on the steering wheel.
I thought that was a big point for Kunal to get back, right? To get himself mentally into this game. We saw him walking around.
Kind of with his shoulders slumped.
Yeah, slumped a little bit, looking
himself.
up in the sky, nodding, what's going on here. I had a chance to get, chance to pull away in this. I let him back in. I'd like to see him pick up his confidence here by, getting back to 5-3. But that's not going to happen. So Canuck takes a 6-1 lead here in the 5th game, 2-2 in the men's finals of day 2.
Let 6-1.
I thought that serve really did a great job of catching him off balance right away.
Yeah, I mean, especially given the placement, he got it into a good place to kind of catch Canal off guard. And you know, sometimes when you serve short and slow and the ball hits the net, following it up with a long, fast serve can be quite effective.
I thought Kunal really needed that point for his confidence, that sort of slug it out type of point.
I was quite surprised that Kanak tried to take that ball with his backhand.
You saw he immediately motioned a forehand, like he really should have took a forehand.
So Kanak up 8-2.
See Kanak shaking his head there. It's definitely been quite a big increase in negative body language
From Kunal. But Matt, you're right. We saw this back in 2014 from him. We've seen it in other matches where he seems to be in the driver's seat and he starts to lose confidence in himself very quickly. And it's a shame because he's such a talented player. Such power and touch.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to take a few points in a row for him to try and to regain that confidence that he has. And you know, especially when you're playing a more hand-based and touch game, when you start getting down on yourself, it can be very hard to maintain that feeling for the ball.
Should have went to the backhand. That block that Kanak did has so much side spin on it that it's too risky to try to continue to loop that to the forehand. That's why you saw it pull out wide.
Felt Kanak rushed that shot, Matt.
Just a little, but you could see the intent behind the point.
You understood the combination.
The 1-2.
I mean, sometimes even if you miss a play, it still puts your opponent on edge just to think, okay, he's not afraid to go for that shot.
Kanak going to the backhand serve for the 8th time this game.
Didn't really do him any favors there. Went maybe a little bit soft, didn't really try and put too much spin on the ball.
You could hear Kanak in the background cheering himself on, saying, come on, come on. I thought Kunal in that last point, Brian, did a great job of moving Kanak out of where he wanted to be. He placed him where Kunal wanted him to be, not where Kanak wanted to be.
You just saw two different, completely uncharacteristic combinations to where Kanak couldn't even attack the middle.
And Kanak takes game 5. That's 3 in a row for Kanak. And he will have an opportunity to close out Kunal here in the 6th game. This is the last match of the day. It's been a fun day of table tennis here at Triangle at your club, Brian.
It has.
It's been a fun day, a lot of really fun matches, and we'll talk a little bit about this in the postgame, but this today is throwing a giant wrinkle in the whole system because with 4 players qualifying on both the men's and women's side, the finalist spot, the runner-up on each day, there is a premium placed on that if you don't win the day because of the way that the qualification. And on the men's side, you can look at who's still in the mix, right? Regardless of who loses this match, right? If Canuck wins, Kunal's still in the mix. If Kunal wins, Canuck's still in the mix. Victor Liu, Nicholas Teo,
Two Alguetis.
the two
Sharon
Alguetti
and
brothers, Krish Avari, Nikhil Kumar. There are probably 7 or 8 different players that could end up in the finals again tomorrow.
One of the Anguetti brothers walked over and said, what if there's a tie for the amount of points for the 4th spot?
Then there would be a playoff.
That's right. Yeah.
The
Okay.
procedures have all of that in there.
Okay.
But it's again, it's so wide open, Brian.
Right.
That's what's going to make.
I
tomorrow.
guess he's already thinking it may go down to that.
Well, I think he's waiting for me to explain the points to him. But
Right.
great exchange.
He's just talking
now-
about Canucks middle.
Yeah, so Kunal seems to have a little bit of confidence back. You saw him there, Matt, pumping his fist after that point.
Right, and you've also got to remember for both of these players, they did kind of get knocked out a little bit earlier than they would have hoped yesterday, and that puts a lot of pressure on them today because, you know, they don't have that final spot backing them from day one.
Or even a quarterfinal spot from day one.
Right, and, you know, they both see a big opportunity here, and it's very important for both of them that, you know, this opportunity might not come around again tomorrow, and now is really the moment they have to.
And again, it's a if you look at the way that this tournament is set up, it is a grueling tournament.
It's a very, very different Kanal Chaudhry coming back to the table. There seems to be a little bit more positivity behind
More
him.
focused.
I believe the term would be pep in the step.
Pep in the step.
You saw him pump his fist on the point before.
Right.
Jumping up.
I think he knows that he knows how he plays when he's a little negative, and he knows how he plays when he's positive. He's gonna really try and pump himself up a little more, and, you know, taking these first 5 points in this set is going to be immensely helpful for him to do that.
It's the first. We've seen it happen a couple times, but really Canuck drove wide to the forehand. I wonder if that miss hit from Kunal was a result of him expecting it coming back closer to the body as Kunal.
He was leaning to the left. You see, he didn't even get a chance to put his weight down.
But we've seen Brian Kunal so effective wide to the forehand, struggling with at the right elbow forehand, and that time Canuck went back to the wide forehand and caught him
He
off
was
guard.
leaning. Canal was leaning to the left.
Almost
That's
expecting it at the right
right.
elbow.
Right.
This is a very interesting situation where Canuck had a lot of momentum, which Canal hadn't really been able to put a halt to. And it resulted in Canuck being able to win 3 games in a row. And it seems like Canal's now really putting his foot down and saying, you know, this has to stop now.
2-7.
Perfect shot. Anticipated it.
Lying in wait.
Right. Waiting to get it in the middle.
I feel like maybe Canucks kind of moved away from his game plan here. It kind of veered
I
off.
think he was trying to finish it,
Right.
and he changed his strategy. Because this is how the first 2 games looked with momentum for Canal.
Yeah, you can see Canuck trying to apply a little bit more power to his forehand there, and his placement has been a little bit weaker in this game, and it's cost him quite a lot. So a big 9-3 lead for Canal.
Three, 10.
Great steady play to end it. 11-3.
What could,
Great
this is going to
comeback.
change things because the momentum has shifted so much that Canuck didn't even get a chance to even put together a good run of points for Game
Right.
7.
I mean, 11-3 is such a kind of slap in the face of,
Definitive, right.
in terms of confidence. When you've come back from 2-0 down, you've won 3 games in a row. For your opponent to beat you 11-3, it's so decisive.
But let me posit the opposite from a mental standpoint right now. I would rather. Would you rather just say, you know what, game's over, goodbye, or sit and linger on a 12-10 loss or an 11-9 loss?
No,
I
you
think
want to
that-
make a run so you can get momentum. Because right now, if he won 3, if Canuck won 3 games in a row and he gets beat 11-3, tactically he does not know what to do right now.
Right, and also
and
I'm not
Canal
talk- I'm
does.
not-
He
I'm
says,
not-
"I'm just going to copy and paste what I just
exactly,
did."
but it's psychological as well. You've got to think. You know, you almost come back and take the match away, and then your opponent just really kind of puts
Snatches the
everything
rug
on
from
you.
under your feet.
And again, I'm playing devil's advocate here a little bit. There's been, psychological studies that say that the second place athlete in the Olympic Games is far more likely to suffer from depression than the last place athlete. And so the question really is along the lines of, is it going to be easier for a Canuck to bounce back from an 11-3 than it would a 12-10 or a 13-11?
No, I mean, I feel like, there's a big difference between
You see, Canal just literally worked his way right back into that point.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the type of point we've been
Outside
waiting
of
for, isn't it?
Outside of the
it
edge,
was so well composed that no one was really trying to overhit. There was a lot of, consistency and balance. As I was saying before, if you're getting to this situation and you lose a juice game, you've got to feel like you're still very much kind of almost 50-50 with your opponent. When you get beaten 11-3,
it's
a
tactically and
psychological-
mentally it's lopsided at that point.
Just playing devil's advocate, guys.
Okay.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here to quarterback the play.
We need you.
So interesting to see Kunal walking around now as opposed to when we did in game 5, game 5, when he really seemed to get down on himself.
really solid. He just has a really great ability to follow up shots with the same amount of intensity.
Right.
He really doesn't take his foot off the pedal after the
Once
first
he
ball.
starts attacking, he's going to finish with that same effort.
Well, it's interesting that you guys say that because a guy of his size, of his height, usually when you're hitting with that power, your recovery time is so much more difficult.
He's agile.
We saw it with Wang Chen yesterday.
Right.
The recovery time is so much more difficult. And this, he seems to be able to recover from that power shot so quickly.
Not only that, but he's got such a good ability to adapt his strokes from his hands that he doesn't necessarily always have to recover back into the perfect position. He's still able to make adjustments when he's maybe a little bit off balance to still play really strong.
I would say that right now, and obviously every moment's a key moment, this is a key moment for Kunal. This is a chance, again, we look at his history, look at his match history. This is a chance to really lock up a big win, right? The marquee win, right? And he's got a fairly comfortable lead here in Game 7 against a player who arguably is, if not the best, one of the best players in the country right now who's playing internationally. This could be that marquee win that he's been looking for.
This is a carbon copy, tactically and mentally, of what happened in Game 6. It's a copy and paste.
Right, and I haven't
Canuck
really
hadn't been
seen.
able to get back into it.
Right, I haven't seen Canuck make any major changes to kind of stop that from happening, and he does seem very unsettled now. And
And now it's Canuck who looks frustrated with himself. And Kunal looks like just
What
he's at
can
ease.
happen when Canuck is running those 3 games is building up Kunal for the pushback. And I don't think Canuck was ready for such a strong pushback because he's not playing any better. He's just playing more assertive.
Right. I mean, you know, when you have that much momentum built up over 3 games that you've won, you don't really expect the
pushback to be that strong.
Yeah, it really has been. Really solid shots.
Of course, in table tennis, every 6 points the players can towel off.
9-3 in the 7th. Don't forget, Canucks not a stranger to this kind of situation.
It's interesting. I was worried on those first 2 points because he was first 2 shots. He was almost playing into Kunal's strength. Kunal just didn't hit the accelerator and just didn't drive up with that forehand flick by him like he usually does.
Remember, this is the exact point where he came back from to win the U.S. Nationals last year.
Brian, I'm going to ask you, this is what you call a layup. Where was that ball that Kunal missed?
It was in the middle.
Right at the elbow.
Right. Listen, now Canuck is saying, let me go back and run the strategy that got me 3 games in a row. Because I don't have anything to lose at this point. Went to the middle again.
This is such familiar territory. and you know, even in the Olympic trials, we saw just ridiculous comeback to put the USA in a spot where they qualified 3 players for the first time. And
unbelievable. It was an unbelievable, the Olympic trials. Let's put this in perspective, guys. He's 16 years old. 16 years old. So
again, he's not playing bad. He's just missing that.
So now Canuck has taken the last 4 points to pull within 9-7 here in the 7th game. This is all on the line. Yeah, 17-year-old Kunal Chaudhry and 16-year-old Canuck Ja. And Matt, as you said, Canuck has been in this all too familiar spot in game 7.
Normally, throwing that racket like that is almost giving up.
I'm going to tell you something. He did the exact same thing in 2014 in the Jimmy Butler match. The exact same thing. Missed a shot like that, threw his paddle up in the air.
Throwing up that racket is indicative of saying, just get me back to the hotel.
this might be the most crucial point we've had all day.
This might be the most crucial. By the way, that's a great mental bounce back from Kunal. This is a great mental bounce back. Throwing his paddle up in the air the point before.
I think Canuck is running serve, flip, step around, loop to the middle. Loop to the middle.
Oh, wow. What a way to end it. What a great match, gentlemen. What an absolutely fantastic match. And Kunal Chaudhary, in an exciting 7-game match, has qualified for the men's national team to go on to represent the United States in Düsseldorf, Germany. Matt, that's an over-the-hump win for Kunal. I mean, that's one that's...
It was just such an exciting display, and it's almost... it's a real triumph for him as a player who's been in winning situations before and maybe hasn't been able to pull through. And I mean, he's a player you don't see much emotion from, and you'll see, like, if you can see him right now, he's really happy with that result. And how could you not be? I mean, to be up 2-0 and have that 3-set comeback and to play so incredibly well in the last 2 games.
Look at the smile on his face, and that's not something that we've seen much from him in his...
not on the table or off the table.
So, Matt, we're going to send it over to Brian. I'm going to ask you to stay with me because I think afterwards I want to get ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow might be one of the more exciting days that we've seen in a while. Brian Pace, take it away on court with Kunal Chaudhary, the winner of the Day 2 men's trials.
Now, Rice Krispies has nothing to do with table tennis, just for the people that likes Rice Krispies. Great. All right. Congratulations. You are going to Germany. How you feel about that?
Feel good. It's been a while since I actually won the tournament. I always end up getting the 5th pick, so it feels great actually winning the tournament.
Right. Now, historically, you have had big leads and have lost those leads. How did it feel this match to actually be able to break that curse?
Yeah, like 2014 Nationals Finals, I was up 5-1 in the 7th game against Jim Butler. I lost it. This time, I was up 9-2, became 9-8. I can feel the pressure from that Jim Butler match coming on to me, but in the end, I was able to finish the job.
Excellent. Now, it seems as if right from the beginning, Kanak was really trying to target your middle. Over time, throughout the match, it seems like you started to prepare for that. Did you notice he was targeting your middle more than normal?
Yeah, in the beginning, I always got jammed playing my forehand. So later on, I decided to play more backhand. I was able to move with my backhand to the middle, so it would it wouldn't be a weakness for me at the time.
Right. Now, what we saw in you winning the first 2 games and losing 3 games in a row is in that game 6, you won that game so big that it was able for you to run momentum into game 7. Did you notice that momentum shift?
Yeah, and actually in each game almost, I was up every game basically. Like in the 4th game, I was up 8-4 and then I lost that game. So in game 6, I just had the same mentality throughout the whole game instead of thinking about that I'm leading. So I was able to finish the job in the game 6, 11-3.
Now, let me ask, I've been asking everyone, how do you like this format compared to the normal giant round robin of 11 people playing each other?
Well, I guess it's like more playing field. It's like March Madness, you know. Anyone can beat anyone. So I like it a lot, but I like either one. Either one's great for me.
All right, now, last question. Do you plan to do any training abroad approaching the Worlds?
Well, for this tournament, I just trained in my home club at ICC, so I think that should be good for World Championships. But training abroad is also good. Anything to help me improve.
Okay, congrats, man.
Thank you.
Enjoy. My name is Brian, and I'll see you on the table.
So, Matt, I don't think I've seen that level of positive energy coming out of Kunal in a long time. And this was, as we talked about, an over-the-hump win for him. But now, if you're Kanak, you got to bounce back because you got another trial tomorrow. You're the #1 seed. Let's just talk for a couple minutes about what that means, not just for Kanak, but for the rest of the field.
I mean, for the rest of the field, it's such a dangerous position for them to have, you know, the top seeds still in on the 3rd day. And, you know, there have been trials and events like this where maybe people have seen an easier or simpler path to qualifying once the top couple of players were out. But in this scenario, you have one of your, I mean, a huge field, but also your top seed still in on the 3rd day. And and nobody really knows how the draw is going to work out. Maybe someone who is looking to take advantage of the day 3 draw, they could get Canuck in their quarterfinal match, and that makes it very difficult for the players left in the draw. But at the same time, I feel like it's still anybody's game. I don't feel like Canucks' game right now has kind of shown any dominance consistently. I mean, during the 3 sets that he came back against Canal, he did achieve a really good form, but in terms of over the whole tournament, you know, we haven't really seen the kind of dominant displays that we might be expecting from Canuck.
So, Matt, I'm going to have to step away. We are back live at noon again tomorrow when we come back with the men's singles again at noon Eastern tomorrow. We hope everybody enjoyed the great play today. And, Matt, with that, I'd like to thank you and Brian for a great broadcast, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at noon.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
That was fun.